Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on.
Static Selector.
That there will be a very slight delay because Eddie O'Brien's family, they are on their way, which means perhaps 10 minutes before everyone is in place and the verdict is heard.
Yeah.
Now, Eddie O'Brien's alleged crime was so brutal that it prompted a change in Massachusetts law to require that all juveniles charged with first or second degree murder be tried as adults.
Yeah.
Scientific evidence. It may be the most convincing proof of guilt or innocence. And in Massachusetts, it's at the heart of the prosecution's case against Edward O'Brien, a teenager accused of murdering his best friend's mother, Janet Downing.
On the inside of this door were found 3 bloody fingerprints.
Stain lighting on the front door matched the known prints which I took at the police department, that of Edward O'Brien.
Next, the blood evidence.
Going into the dining area, did you make certain observations?
Yes, I did. The cellar stairs, what appeared to be red blood stains on both sides, the right and left side of the sheetrocked walls.
The state called DNA and blood experts to tie this evidence to the defendant.
There are obviously 2 bleeders.
Your results indicate who the 2 bleeders are consistent with.
At this level of analysis, I can't exclude Edward O'Brien as the second bleeder at that scene, in addition to the victim, Janet Downing.
And were you wearing any type of footwear protecting your feet from the crime scene?
No, I was not.
George suggested that DNA found on a knife hilt at the crime scene may be the key to finding the real killer.
This number 12 right here, that's not present in either Janet Downing nor Edward O'Brien, is it?
That's right.
What does that mean?
Well, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, it came from somewhere else, didn't it?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
That number 12 came from another person's blood, didn't it?
It may have come from another person's blood. That's correct.
George also focused on timing, hinting that even if O'Brien's blood and fingerprints were found at the Downing home, that doesn't mean he was there the night of the stabbing.
What did you do to make sure that any of the debris from your pocket wasn't getting onto the vase? He panics. He runs. Just like any 15-year-old would.
TV, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. There were no cats in the house. That was the testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had a cat.
No. As I said, first time in 30 years I heard that was from Artie the other night.
That there will be a very slight delay because Eddie O'Brien's family, they are on their way, which means perhaps 10 minutes before everyone is in place and the verdict is heard.
Yeah.
Now, Eddie O'Brien's alleged crime was so brutal that it prompted a change in Massachusetts law.
Mic check to the gods. Mic check to the gods. What's going on, people? I go by the name of J.F.K. You guys know how this goes, right? You got a carry on? Go ahead and put it up in the overhead compartment. If you have a backpack, please stick it underneath your seat, right? Stick it underneath there real tight. Before you do, grab your Cliff Bars, grab your vapes, grab your nips, whatever your vice might be, because I'm about to take you up to 39,000 feet. Uh-huh. Remember, turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking. Populate them goals. We got different goals and area codes. And let's get the conversation moving. Every Kev coming in hot. God damn, Kev.
What's happening? We here, my man.
Out and clear, bro. God damn.
Super clear. Yeah, you know what I did was I fucked with the resolution and shit. I was like, what the fuck? Had me on 360. It's going down, people.
Hanging out, man. We hanging out, man. What up, long gamers? How we doing out there tonight? This is Pot 15. Danny speaks. Who is Danny? Explain who Danny is as you're rolling up that shit.
Danny is Gina's daughter. I believe Danny is the Gina's youngest daughter. She was, about 17 years old back in 1995. We had a few things in common. And she was hanging. She was hanging out on the stoop that night, seeing what was going down. And, there was...
Hold on a minute. Hold on. She was hanging out on the stoop. She was hanging out with somebody, though.
Exactly. I was getting to that, when everything started to unfold and, a lot of commotion going on. She ended up meeting up with a particular person that we all know. Guy likes cats. Artie. Supposedly they took a mission up to the 3rd floor. Partaked in a, little meeting spot. And they know each other.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you would call it know each other. I would think that he had the weed and they wanted to get high. That's what I would think it was called, right?
Yeah.
Because everything changed that
night. The connect.
After that night, everything changed.
Exactly.
Everything changed that night. And that was July 23rd of 1995, ladies and gentlemen. And it all changed. And that was 30 years ago. Just want to say Aunt BB gifted 10 JFK memberships. Mitzi, 5 JFK memberships. Becky coming through. Freebird with 10 JFK memberships. Becky, we only got one word, EPAGs. EPAG said name one word to describe JFK. I bet you that was probably fun.
Goddamn.
Gifted 5 JFK memberships, Cat's Pajamas. Sugar, $5 for the love, compassion in this group. Becky G with 5 JFK memberships. You know how this goes, right? I mean, it's all green.
Static selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, Mass. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on. We all reppin' for Boston, Mass. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on.
Static selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for.
Yes, and Tracy coming through with the $50. I love you all from SoCal. Oh wow, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Thank you so much, Tracy. I appreciate you, and thank you everybody for the memberships. I want to see everybody in green because it's all green everything over here. AGE, because it's been a long time. Time has passed, right? And we here now for sure. And we're waiting on Danny. Danny's going to be coming up in the next like 10, 15 minutes. And we're going to get down to the bottom of this. We're going to talk about the vibes that night. When she talked to Artie, when they actually took it to the next level and puffed something. What was that conversation like? It's going to be interesting, right, Kev?
Yeah, too. Plus, we might just get an idea of, not only from the, let's say the the recreational part of it, but see how Artie moved back then a little bit too. I'm curious. I'm curious if he, just how he moved, other than his little recreational side hustle. Was he a bug? Was he was he, just I want to know. I want to hear it from actually. And what's best, I think, we're going to hear it from is we're going to hear it from at the time she was a 17-year-old girl. Now that's going to speak volumes.
Yes, Danny was 17 at the time, which is a pivotal year of your life, age of your life. All green, everything. Be clear. It's a pivotal time. You got to buy in, right? You're about to graduate high school. Things are about to change. At that time, you actually was an adult in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. If you picked up a crime, you would see a judge, an adult court. But yeah, 17 is definitely a pivotal age. So from that perspective, you're right, Kev. That's going to be something.
Yeah. Like you just said, we're talking about, July, the summer. They're on vacation, school vacation. She's probably maybe her last year coming in, or maybe she graduated that year. We don't know. I mean, you're just gonna get that insight of, different cliques. That's how people used to roll back then. You had your girlfriends, and you'd go here, go there, hit the Revere Beach. She could have been hitting the Palace back then. The under 18 night. Who knows?
Would you believe it? Long game is unite. Thank you, Fergie, so much. Rose gifted 5 J.F.K. memberships. Thank you so much. We got some green flowing in the chat. It's a beautiful things over here. Beautiful thing over here. Well, we're getting started. It's only right to maybe play something for the people. What do I got? What do I got for the people? What do I got? What do I got? What do I feel like right now? A little something like this. Let's play a little mashup. Everybody out there in the chat, peace and love. Danny's on her way up. We're gonna get down to the bottom of this, because we know there was cat hair all over. Well, not all over Janet, but there was some and enough.
When you think about that cat hair too, I've taken a deep dive into this.
You can't hear the music, can you?
Nah, my bad.
You fucked that all up.
At least I can say that.
It's the picture they paint. They say a lot about me. Let me tell you what I am.
I never wanna hear you say I want it.
They say a lot about me. Let me tell you what I am.
Chill and twist a lie, catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I I'll provide everything you need. And I like your smile, I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, babe. Girl, hey, it's easy to love me now. Hey, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and
to a quarter century.
To a quarter century, could I count on you to be there to support me mentally? If I went back to a hoopty from a Benz, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If I was hit and I was hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? I get out and peel a brother cap, chill and dry. I'm asking questions to find out how you feel inside. If I ain't rap cause I flip burgers at Burger King, would you be ashamed to tell your friends you're feeling me? In the bed if I use my tongue, would you like?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This one's explosive.
Gotta call her up. She can't get into her email. Everything's loud over there, bro. Hold on a second. God damn, what the fuck is going on over there, cuz? Sheesh. Shit just blew out my fucking eardrums. We gotta call her. She can't get in her email. So I gotta call her up on Google Voice. All right. I guess we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna do it this way. Here we go. Hold on one second. I gotta do this first. Mic check, mic check.
Hello,
I speak to Danny, please.
this is her.
What's up, Danny? This is J.F.K. from the
Hi.
J.F.K. show. You're live right now. You know that, right?
Oh, great. I do now.
All right. We're live streaming. You're cool with that, right? You're cool that we're live streaming?
I am.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. How you doing tonight?
I'm all right. I'm a little bit nervous.
There's no need to be there's no need to be nervous at all.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I got a couple of questions to ask you. And the first one being is, how was it like growing up in Somerville, Massachusetts?
It's fun. It was, I don't know, scrappy times, I guess, depending on where you were, but it was fun, all in all, especially around here, around Prospect Hill. It was really fun.
Nice.
All the kids always played together and run the bases and tackle football and all that good stuff.
You were doing that? You were playing tackle football and all that?
Yeah. Little Ed wouldn't tackle me.
God.
I was like, the name of the game, yeah. But, yeah.
That's awesome. So did you go to public schools or did you go to the Catholic school like Ed?
Oh, I went to public.
Oh, really?
I went to Lincoln, yeah.
What's Lincoln school like?
Well, it's Argentino now or something like that. Argentino.
Did you go to Assembly Square Mall back then?
I did. I lived there.
You lived
579.
579, kid, chess king.
Yeah.
Yeah, 579, man. They had the
Wilson leather.
They had the Wilson. They had the Foot Locker at the top by the Macy's, the food court.
Yeah.
For sure. And then they had Kmart was connected to it too, at the other
Oh,
end.
Kmart was fabulous. My mother loved it there for
Oh yeah.
Christmas. Everything was on layaway.
Yeah, 579. God damn, Danny.
hmm
So you hung around Assembly Square Mall. You went to high school out in Somerville. Did you ever go to Roller World out in Saugus?
No, I went to the Palace and stuff like that.
Oh, the Palace.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. S- So, so you were 15 when you were 15 years old. That was like 1993, right?
Yeah.
So let's go here for a second. So now it's 1995. You turned 17 years old, right?
Yeah.
And what grade was you in at that time? Was you a senior?
I was a junior.
You was a junior.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were hanging in the neighborhood. Everybody just hung out. It was the summer of 1995. It was July was hot, huh?
It was way hot. It was way, way hot. I remember like that night because me and my mother were arguing about my curfew that night.
Wow. What was your curfew? What did Mama Gina?
Well, it was 10 o'clock, but I wanted it to be later, but because they didn't find out who had killed Deanna at that time,
Oh yeah. So let's go
my
there.
mother.
Let me back up. So March of that.
Sorry.
No, that's not. That's my fault. March of 1995, Deanna gets found.
Yes.
So what was that like? Being a young girl the same age as her, and I don't want to skip over that at all. So Deanna was a friend of yours, am I correct?
Yeah, it was crazy. They brought us into this room up at the high school, me and a whole bunch of her closest friends, and they told us what happened. And then they ushered us to the police stations. We had to wait for our parents, and it was crazy.
So you hung out with
But
Deanna. You hung out with her?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now, was she from the same part of town of you, like the same area?
No, well, she's not. She's Winter Hill
Went to
on
Hill.
Prospect Hill. She's Winter Hill, yeah.
So you're a Prospect Hill kid, and she's went to Hill, dude?
Yeah.
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 All right.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys hung out, and you found
Mhm.
found out that happened, and your mother must have been horrified. People must have been holding on to their young daughters, huh?
Oh, absolutely. It was just crazy. I mean, isn't it still, it's the same thing with Little Ed's case. 30 years later, still no answers.
So so now it's now when did so now summertime hits, you go on vacation, right? And it's still fresh on your mind what happened to Deanna. Now you're out there, doing your thing, right? Going to the mall, hanging out. Um, and then it's a hot summer night in July. And why don't you tell us about the night of July 23rd, 1995? What you do that day during the day? What were you doing that day?
Well, I don't remember what I did during the day, to be honest with you. I ended up going out with my boyfriend at the time, and when when he was walking me home that night, we seen all the police cars in front of my house, and I
Right.
was like, "Oh my God, my mother called the police on me."
Oh shit.
Yeah, because I was like, "Oh my God, she's really off her rocker. She thinks something happened to me. She called all these cops on me because I'm late for curfew." And I was so scared. He left. He was like, "You're on your own now," because he thought my mother was going to kill him. And he had left, so I ran up the street, and then I had seen the yellow tape, and I knew it was bad.
So
And then
let's back up a little bit. So Eddie, you played flag football with Eddie. What type of kid was Eddie growing up? What would you call him? What would you describe him as?
he was just a sweet kid. Like I call him Little Ed, like, and I know he's not little, but he is Little Ed. He was just a sweet kid. He'd do anything you asked him to do. I mean, even if people were being fresh to him, he didn't fight back really. You know what I mean?
Was other kids
He was
jealous of
just
him? Was any kids jealous of him in the neighborhood because he had that presence to him?
no, not really. I mean, not that I saw.
The girls liked
You
him though.
know.
You liked him though, right? You thought he was a cool kid, right?
Well, no,
Good kid. I
yeah,
don't mean it.
absolutely. Everybody liked him. Like, I don't remember anybody having one bad word to say about him.
Now, your crew in Prospect Hill, Ryan, Paul, Little Ed,
Yes.
right? So Paul's
Yeah.
a little older than you. Ryan's your age, right? At the time?
No, Paul and Ryan they're twins.
They're twins, that's right. Yeah, so they're the same age.
Yeah, they're the same age. They're the same age as me.
Mm-hmm.
They might be a year younger than me.
But Eddie,
they're close to my age.
but Eddie was best friends with Ryan, correct?
Ryan, yeah.
So how did he get along with Paul? Did he get along with Paul too?
Yeah, I mean, they had like little arguments here and there, like stupid shit that kids argue about.
Right.
Nothing major, but yeah.
I understand.
They got along too.
Right.
I mean, we all got along.
So all the Prospect Hill, everybody was just one big happy family over there?
Pretty much. And if not, we scattered. We went into different groups for a little while. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I do. So everybody broke up. So during that time, what group were you in at that time? Who was you running with at that time?
I wasn't running with any of them really at that time.
So where was your boyfriend from? He's a Cambridge kid or something?
No, well, he lived in the Ville, but he was he was living on Oliver Street at the time, which is right across the highway.
So they didn't get along with this cat?
No, they did. They didn't really know him, to be honest. I met him. He was 2 years older than I was.
Oh, he was 2 years older, huh?
Yeah. So yeah. So they didn't really know him.
Now, what if they found out?
I was way out of it.
So what if did they see you with him at all? Any of these kids? They didn't feel a certain way?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Everybody. I mean, the O'Briens definitely seen him around. The Downings definitely seen him around, but they didn't really interact with him. I mean, he'd say hi and stuff if he seen them, but they weren't friends. They didn't hang or anything.
I'm surprised he didn't get banged out back then. God damn. So now you got the boyfriend. He's on the other side of town. You're hanging out over there. Where'd you hang out with him at? You went to Assembly Square. That's where you guys chilled at?
No, we used to hang at Otis Park, which is right over the highway too.
Where exactly that? Can you give me a landmark where that's near?
It's Deanna Kremen Park now.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's where we used to. That's where all me and my friends hung.
That's awesome. Are you still in contact with your teenage love from back then?
A lot of them. We're still friends on Facebook.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
So, what's your relationship with Ryan and Paul, the twins? You talk to them?
I don't talk to them. Ryan was my friend on Facebook. I don't know if he still is, but it was a while ago. But we don't really talk. We're not. I don't know. They're not my friends.
Are they upset because your mother's Gina?
I don't. Possibly. I mean, they're entitled to feel the way they do, but they never said anything to me like that.
So let's back all the way up for a second. What was your mother? What was your mother like growing up?
She was tough. She was tough if I got caught.
Yes.
If I didn't get caught, I was all right.
So Mom Dukes was tough, huh? She didn't take no shit?
Oh, absolutely not.
And if you don't mind me asking, Dad wasn't in the house?
Oh, no, he was. I wasn't scared of him like her.
Oh, yeah.
He was great.
Yeah.
I could just get away with everything with him, but not my mother.
Absolutely. Daddy's little girl. I get it.
Yeah.
So Mom's was tough. So here we are, man. So now you're on summer vacation. Here we are. It's July.
Yeah.
You hung with your boyfriend during that day, you think? You think you was with him hanging out?
Yeah, absolutely.
You show up to the house. You see lights, camera, action. You think Mom just flipped out thinking that something bad happened. You seen the...
Yeah.
See the caution
then
tape.
I see the yellow tape. Yeah.
And then what happened?
That's when it was real bad.
What did you see?
I seen there was a dozen police cars. My parents were on the porch. Everybody was pretty much at my house because it's right across the street. You know what I mean? then I don't even remember if Artie came over when I got there, or if he was already there when I came home. To be honest, but I remember him being there, us hearing about what happened, and then freaking out and all that. And then I remember he asked if I had a phone, and I said yeah. And we went upstairs and we smoked a bone, and he called someone, but whoever he called didn't answer. And then we finished smoking the bone, and then we came back downstairs, and he asked, then he had asked me or my sister, I don't remember if it was me or my sister, can I go upstairs? I think I left my keys there. And he went upstairs, came right back down, and that was that. And then we were back outside, and there was just police and all that around at that time, I guess.
Can you ask her? Can you ask her if
I don't know.
Now, hold on one sec. Kevin got a question
how,
for you.
how packed the
No worries.
how packed the street was? I mean, she said there was several cop cars. I mean, I've been up there. So most likely she walked down the street. You couldn't drive down that street.
Could you drive down the street with all the police cars on the street when you pulled up? Kevin asked you that.
No. Well, what street?
The street you pulled.
It depends on what street.
Boston Street? When you pulled up, you said the police. You said there was like 7 cruisers. Did you drive up to your mother's house?
We were walking.
You were walking.
We were walking.
They were walking. That's about right. Yeah. So let's just back up a little bit. So you're sitting on the porch. What was your mother's reaction? Did your mother know what happened yet? Did anybody know exactly what happened?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. As soon as I came up, everybody had known already what happened. I was just late for the party. Well, I don't mean it like that. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So what time do you think this is? You think this is like 10:30? Well, your curfew was at 10. So what's this?
No, I was probably like 10 minutes late.
So it's 10:10.
So it was 10. Yeah.
Right. So it's like 10:10, 10:15 or whatever. And everybody knows. Now, the word is that she got murdered.
Well, I think at that point they just thought something happened to her, that she was stabbed. But, I mean, she was still alive, I thought, at that point, but we didn't know.
So at that point, she was still alive, right? So
we thought.
Well, you thought, but here's my point. So you're sitting there, Artie's there. Did she leave the house yet? Did they already take her out of there when you seen Artie? Was she still in the house?
No, she was already gone by the time I got there.
Okay. So you seen Artie was already there when you pulled up? I mean, when you walked up with your mother? And what did he look like?
Yeah.
What was he? Now, what did you look like? You just took a long walk in the heat? Like, what were you feeling like?
I was pouring with sweat. I was dripping with sweat. Like, dripping.
And I take it, Mom.
And I like the heat. I don't sweat like a lot. I like being hot. And if it's not 90 degrees, I'm cold. So, I mean, it was hot.
Right. So it was hot. And so I take it Mom's was hot. Everybody was hot.
Oh, my mother was miserable. She hates the heat.
Of course. And what did Artie look like?
He was cool, calm, and collected. Like, I don't know how to describe it.
What would you?
And at first, like, I've known Artie before this, previous of this. You know what I mean? So I noticed it as soon as all this was going on. He was acting shady as fuck, and I didn't know why.
So
I thought it was just me.
So when you say you knew Artie before this, how did you know him? He's 30 years old. You're 17. What was he doing?
Yeah, well, I knew him through my sisters. They're 6 and 8 years older than me.
Okay. I get it.
But
Did Artie know Deanna?
yes. But I want to make it clear, I don't think he has anything to do with Deanna's case. I want to make that perfectly clear.
No, we're just wondering.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Did he ever give you a ride in the cab? You and Deanna?
Absolutely.
He gave Deanna.
Not me and Deanna together.
So he gave you rides in
But
the cab.
she knew it. Yeah, she knew him though. She knew him too.
So you knew him before this, so you kind of had an idea how his mannerisms were. So
yeah.
Okay, so
And I mean he lived with Janet
across the street.
anyways. Yeah.
Right. So did he sell weed?
Yes.
So he was the weed man.
He was.
Did he sell weed to the kids in the neighborhood? Was that his thing?
Well, he sold it to me. I can't speak for anybody else really, but
What did he sell? Dime bags, half ounces. What did he sell?
dime bags pretty much.
Wow,
Or bone here or there. 3 for 10 sometimes.
Wow, Artie, you was out there grinding, huh?
God damn, Artie.
Damn, Artie.
3 for 10 sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. 3 for 10, Artie, huh? Wow, that's a bargain.
Yeah.
That's a fucking bargain.
Yeah, it is.
Now, can I?
Especially back then when you're a teenager, you're like, this is great.
Damn right it is.
No, I know. So I got a
Yeah.
quick question for you.
Go ahead. Kevy got another question. I got to relay it to you, though. Go ahead. Kevy.
So, like we talk about Artie making moves and he asked to use her phone, but how's somebody that's out there making moves? I mean, you had to get in touch with Artie? Artie didn't have a cell phone? I mean, he's making moves,
So even though back then cell phones, not everybody had one, Kevin's question is, he's making moves, he's selling the weed. How did you get in contact with him to get the weed? Did he have a cell phone?
No, he was just around everywhere.
He was always
He was
around.
like shit. Yeah.
He'd pull up in the cab?
Yeah, always. He was just always around. It's like he'd be down at what used to be Star Market. He'd always be down there with the cab.
Star Market, right there on Broadway?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, right there on Broadway, dude.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. He'd always be around there. Like Danni, he'd always be around here because he was living with Janet.
So let me ask you this: when you took a ride in his cab, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever take a ride like in that week of time when it was a heat wave?
No.
When you got in his cabs, what was? Do you ever remember the cabs being like new and be like get in the cab and say, "This is a beautiful cab. Wow, look at the fucking interior in this thing."
No, they were beat up from the feet up.
Oh, they were beat up from the what?
They were beat up from the feet up.
God damn, Artie. Okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Wow. But Artie that night claims that he had a limo taxi. The taxi he had that night was like a Maybach.
Yeah, no.
Wow. Isn't that some
What was
shit?
what was his hair like? What was his hairstyle back then?
That was a lie.
So Kevy Kev got a question. The question he has is like, what style? How did he style his hair back then? Like, did he have a lot of hair up top? How did he style it?
Ponytail,
No,
a tail?
it was like I don't know, a normal like haircut, but it wasn't a crew cut because there was enough. Like if someone wanted to grab it, you could grab it, but not long enough, like a mullet or anything.
I get it. Cool. So now you're sitting on the stoop. Mom's is tripping out. She just lost her best friend. How was Mom's reaction like when she found out that Janet died? Was she going crazy?
Yeah, she couldn't. She was like, "Oh my god, I knew this was going to happen." She said it. She said. I didn't know what she was. Yeah, I didn't know what she was talking about because I hadn't heard any of that.
So Mom's in that space and time. You heard your mother say she said this was going to happen.
Yeah. She was crying. Yeah.
Did she pull you to the side? Now, here's the thing. Artie came up here and Artie said, well, if she had this information from Janet that day in the morning, that day, that Artie was doing all these crazy things, why did he why did she let you go upstairs? Do you want to speak to that? That's what he said on the show. Like, if Janet knew about this information, why did he let you and your sister go upstairs to smoke weed? How did that end up happening?
I don't, but it's not my mother. I wouldn't have asked my mother for permission.
Right. So you guys kind of snuck upstairs?
No, I mean, I would have just been like, yeah, come on.
Right.
She wouldn't have, I mean, my mother's not going to be paying attention to who I'm bringing in my freaking house at that time. She's more concerned about what's going on with everything else.
Her mother did
She's not paying attention to what he's doing or what I'm doing for that matter.
Right.
Her mother did say, if I knew they were going up there to smoke a pot, she, I would have had something to say about that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm sure Mom Dukes wasn't aware.
But he
you know
did
what I'm
come
saying?
up and he did smoke weed and he did use my phone.
So he went in the house and he got on the phone. And you say you don't know who he called? Was he acting funny when he's on the phone?
They didn't answer.
Well, he just, like I said, whoever he called didn't answer. Because he didn't talk.
Why don't you explain acting shady? What do you mean acting shady?
Just, I don't know, shady, like, kind of fumbly, like, I don't know, like nervous.
And so
I've lost my keys and I've lost my cell phone and shit. And I know how it feels.
Oh, okay.
But it was more than that.
Okay. So when he said he lost the keys to the cab and you're out there, when you looked at the cab, was his cab blocked in?
Yeah, his cab was pointed down Hamlet Street, which is the wrong direction.
Okay.
And the cops were all around it. So he couldn't have got out.
And at that point, he knew that Janet passed away.
Yeah.
And he didn't think to go to the hospital with his wife, Carol? He didn't say, I got to get to the hospital? None of that?
No, he didn't say any of that to me.
So when you guys went upstairs and smoked the joint, what was that like? Do you remember that, like, exchange or what that was like?
Well, I just said, I can't believe this is happening again. Like, I was thinking, I can't believe this is happening. And now it's right across the street from me.
Were you in a spot where you could look out the window?
I didn't know
and
if
see
this had
everything?
anything to do with Deanna's murder at the time. That's what I was thinking in my head when I'm 17 years old going through it.
Right.
I mean, I had no idea, you know what I mean?
But you were sitting there with him and your sister. Was he talking? What was he like when you were smoking the bud with him?
No, he wasn't really saying much. Like I said, he was just like twingy. I don't know how to describe, like.
What was he usually?
Just nervous.
What was he usually like?
Normally, he talked a lot. He'd talk about anything and everything. You couldn't shut him up.
Couldn't shut him up.
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
were they in a room where they could see the scene
compared to how he usually was?
Kevy, you want to say something, buddy? Go ahead. Hold on a second, sweetheart. Kevy wants to say something. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, were they in a room where like he could look out the window and oversee the whole scene?
So Kevy's question is, when you was upstairs, was there a window that he could look outside and see what was going on, the whole scene, like an overview of it?
No, not at all. I was in the back of the house. The two windows that I have are in my backyard. And I want to reach on that too. They were saying that little Ed was like obsessed with her and he was peeking through a window. That's impossible. I live across the street from Janet's window, from where her bedroom was, and I can see in her window if I really tried, if I had a telescope or whatever. He would have to have a telescope that cuts around corners in order to see in her bedroom.
So there's no way he could see in his bedroom into her bedroom?
No, not at all. Not at all.
That's a great point.
100%.
1,000%.
Can you say that one more time for the people in the
What's
back?
the whole thing?
No, just tell me, like,
Yeah,
so.
1,000%.
No, what I want to hear is that you can't, out the window in Ed's bedroom, you cannot see in Janet's bedroom.
No, not at all. Janet's bedroom is on the opposite side of his house. It's directly across from my house. Is where her bedroom window is.
Shoot informants, not drugs. Asked, did Artie have a pager? Do you remember that? If he had a pager?
He did have a pager, but I never paged him or anything like that. But he did have a pager.
People are telling me that little Ed was Eddie was in the chat, huh? What was he under? Was he with his dad in the chat? I don't want to get him in trouble or nothing like that. So I'm asking security questions. Whoop whoop. I got to calm down. But someone says that he was in the chat, and if you're listening, little Ed, or if you catch it later, peace and love, my man. Peace and love.
Right.
So the next day, right? So what happens that night? What time do you remember what time you end up going to bed? Because Mom said she stayed up there till like 2 a.m. Did you finally end up going to sleep?
Yeah, not till late though either. But I mean, I was a teenager, and with all the shit that had happened, I was too in my head to go to sleep. But
what was this guy doing? Artie, like, was he hanging? Like, was he walking back and forth? What was he doing at that point? Like, before?
No, I don't know. I ended up coming back in the house. I couldn't stay out with all of that anymore.
Right. So the next day comes, right? The very next day.
Yeah.
And your mother wakes up. What was that like the next day? Looking at your mother, looking at your sister. Did you see Ryan? Did you see Paul? Like, how did that end up? Like, what happened the next day or the next 48 hours? What was that like?
It was just crazy. It was news cameras everywhere, like news trucks. They were everywhere. Oh my God, the whole street for days and days and days. I didn't really talk to Ryan and Paul. I had seen them. I don't deal with death anyways, good. But not that anybody really does, but I don't remember really the days afterwards, to be honest. But when they did arrest little Ed, I was just I couldn't even believe it. I broke down in tears. It was just so sad.
So let's back up just a little bit. Before they arrested Ed, in that 48-hour window, right? What was your mom saying? Did your mom bring up the Artie situation to you? Like, did she?
Oh, absolutely.
Did she say that? Janet,
she absolutely did.
What'd she say? If you remember,
she just told me that, Danny. Look, I did see the cabs and things like that. Like when she did pick me up when I was working at the Soul, she picked me up. And there was cabbies around, and she did tell me to put my seatbelt on. And I was like, why? You never tell me to do that. And she had told me why. And I mean, to be honest, I thought they were both crazy.
But the very next day, the next day after, or in that 48 hours window, what I'm asking, in that space and time, within that 48 hours, after you find out Janet's gone, did your mother pull you to the side and say, I think Artie did it? She told me about Artie. Did she share that with you or no?
Yeah, she told me, she told my dad, yeah.
And what was your
and then that's when she had told me about the keys and all this like all the strange stuff that was happening in Janet's house, and I didn't know any of that. I was a kid. She didn't tell me anything like that. She was my mother. She wasn't my friend. She used to tell me.
Mitt's got a good question. He said, did Artie ever mention cats or kittens when talking to you?
No. Never.
Did you go inside Ryan's house and Paul's house? Have you ever hung in there?
Oh, absolutely. Ryan and, Paul used to have to sneak out of the house. He would have to climb on the roof. I would walk out my front door, sneaking out. But yeah, I've been in the house 1,005 times.
Do they have a cat?
No. They have a dog.
They have a dog. Do you remember the dog's name?
Joshua.
Oh, the dog was Joshua.
Yeah.
Wow, Joshua the dog. We thought it was Mickey.
No, Mickey was my dog.
Mickey was your dog?
Yeah.
I love Mickey.
Oh, Mickey.
Mickey was my
Oh,
dog.
there was a Mickey. Good.
If they were both golden retrievers, but she had Joshua, we had Mickey.
So how about have you been inside?
Now,
Did you
did
ever
you
go?
hear the dog bark? Sorry. Did she ever hear the dog bark?
Oh shit. Kevin, man, he's anxious to talk to you. Kevin got a question. He wants to know, did you ever hear the dog bark?
No, not really.
So Joshua never barked?
Well, I wasn't around. I mean, I'm sure he did.
So that night,
But I mean,
did everybody have their windows open that night? Do you remember? Like, did you sleep with Joe?
probably. I mean, unless you were the parents and they were in their bedroom with their AC on.
Right.
The rest of the house had to, unless they had, and a lot of people didn't have central AC then.
Right. So let's back up just a little bit. So you knew how Artie was. So when your mother told you that Artie could have did this to Janet, what was your reaction? Did you think that's possible from this guy?
No, I really didn't. I was like, you guys are nuts. Like, and then just things started. Like I said, he just started acting shady to me.
And did you see him now after they arrest I'm just gonna jump ahead a little bit. After they arrest Eddie, right? It's like, okay, Eddie did it. Now, did you see Artie? Was he around more? Was he still in the same areas? Did you see him down the park? See him at Star Market? Did you see him around?
No, well, he would always drive around the house.
Did you ever get weed
drive
off?
around Janet's house?
You never got weed off him again?
No, not after that. That was the last time excuse me, that was the last time I had spoken to him or smoked with him or done anything with him. Was that night up in my room.
Right. So he was always around, driving by the house. You would see him?
Yeah.
And what was your mother saying when he was driving by?
A lot of the time she wasn't even around when I saw him.
What's your sister's opinions of him? Did she have the same opinion as you, your older sister?
I don't know. I think she believes that he might be involved, but I don't want to speak for her.
Okay. So now you hear the story of Ed, right? And
Yeah.
Ed's, you hear what happens, and then Ed. So now, what about Marco? Let me just back up. So now Ed has a story. He comes out the back of the house. Someone put a knife to his neck. But now you know Marco too. You know Marco and the other kid, was it Garrett or something like that? Gavi?
Gavi, yeah.
So it was Gavi and Marco, right?
Gavi and Marco, yeah.
And they seen him come out the bushes, allegedly seen him come out the bushes.
Right.
Did you talk to them after that to get the story?
I did, and I don't believe them. I don't.
You didn't.
I think they.
You didn't talk to them?
I don't think they. I don't remember if I talked to them on Facebook or. I don't remember.
So you hear the story, though.
I don't remember if it was before then, though.
So you hear the story, though, that he comes out the bushes and then he walks away, but he doesn't warn them to tell them that there's a killer in the house, right? And then he goes to Burger King, right? And then he goes to Union Square where he gets jumped, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he doesn't say it. He doesn't say anything about what happened to Janet. Was that a shocker in the neighborhood? Like, what was your first initial reaction? Did you have a reaction to that?
Yeah. How would you? Your friends, why would you not be like, what are you doing? Or like, so you saw your friend coming out of the bushes with supposedly blood on him, and you don't say, hey, where are you going? Or follow him like, hey, you all right?
Didn't they end up going to the store, though, after Marco?
I don't know, but I mean, like, they didn't have any questions, like.
Well, they didn't know what happened to Janet at that point.
But how did that kid stab someone 98 times or whatever it is and these kids didn't notice that he did it.
True.
How does that happen?
No blood trail, nothing like that.
Well, I mean, he's going to be covered in blood 98 times.
Right, covered in blood for sure.
He's going to be saturated, dripping. I mean, there's no way you could wash it up.
But in that space and time, be clear, Danny. I'm just talking that space and time. When that story comes out, now I get it. Like as you go through it, the blood and all this different, all these different things. But in that space and time, right off the bat, you guys you can't believe that he would ever do that.
No, never, ever in my life. Never, ever.
So now though, but the night before, a couple of nights before that, Artie's there looking for a key. Now, are you starting to put the pieces together? Like, hold on a minute, you got the wrong fucking guy?
Yeah. Well, not for nothing, they kind of look similar.
They look, whoa.
In statue, like the height, little Ed was big. He was big for his age.
So wait a minute. So how tall is Artie, you think?
I don't know. I would say 6 something, maybe.
Artie's
not 5. if maybe 5'10", between 5'10" and like 6 feet. But I mean, I'm short, anyways. I don't know.
So you think if he came out the bushes, right? So let's stay there for a second. If someone came out the bushes, if both of them came out the bushes in the dark down that Hamlet Street, you could mistake Artie for Ed? Really?
Absolutely.
Wow.
And it wasn't very well lit over there.
So do you believe that? Do you believe the story that he got jumped in Union Square and got stabbed in his hand?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. He kind of.
Why wouldn't you doubt it?
I hate to say this, but
and that's
because.
Go ahead.
Because Ed's kind of like little Ed was like, you could tell he was like a pushover. Like, I don't mean it I don't mean it in a bad way, but I feel like punks knew that they could do whatever to this kid. You know what I mean?
So what was it like in Union Square? Why don't you give everybody the rundown? Was Union Square a dangerous place back then?
Well, not dangerous, but there was punks here and there, just like there are everywhere.
So people got jumped back then, right? It was like people, like cliques of people.
It didn't matter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
It didn't matter. Like, I mean, just like if they felt froggy, they left. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I do.
Now, I got a quick question. I wanted to like jump back. I actually got a couple questions. Same time frame. She's 17 years old. Next door neighbor just got murdered. She was up most of the night. Like she's seen like the way it went down. I mean, they're over there investigating. They're taking pictures at 3:30 in the morning. Like, does she believe that Artie went in that house 4 hours after they took Janet out of there?
So, Kev has a question. The question is that Artie claims to us, right? I don't know if you know this or not. Artie claims to us when he was talking to us. We said, I asked him, did you go inside the house and see what it looked like, the aftermath? And he said, yes. I went inside the house to get a kitten, some kittens, and the kitty litter. And he said he went in there 4 hours later. So Kevin's question is, do you believe that the police would let him in that scene 4 hours later? Do you think he went in that house 4 hours later to get a kitten?
I personally don't think so, but there was no kittens in that house.
There was no fucking kittens in the house. Do you know that there was cat hair found on Janet Downing's body?
Well, I don't know how that's possible though, because like I said, there was no.
It's possible.
I mean, the killer might have had it on them, but
it's possible if Artie slept with 3 kittens, if he loved cats. Did he like kittens? So he never mentioned a dog either. He never mentioned Joshua the dog. Go ahead, Kevy. You got another question?
Yeah, the other question is that I mean, I went up there, I was on Boston Street. I stood in front of Janet's house. It's right on the corner of Hamlet and Boston. I presume that her house, Danny's house, is the White House directly across the street.
Your house is the White House directly across the street, Kev asked?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you were sitting on that porch or you were standing in front of your house and you look across the street, Artie's car was facing going down the hill.
Yeah. Well, if you looked across the street, Kev said, on Hamlet
Artie's
Street,
cab.
Artie's cab was pointed down the hill, right? You said?
Yeah.
Yes.
And when the police were called there was so many cops, you wouldn't have been able to drive up Boston Street and turn onto Hamlet. So good possibility he was there before this crime.
So the question he asked is that if he did pull up to the scene when he said he did, right? There was no way he could drive all the way up to that scene and take a right on Hamlet with all the police presence there, right? There was no way. So it's a good chance he was already there before they came, right?
No, he had to have been there before they came because there was no way for him to pull up like that.
No way.
Like he was blocked in.
There was no way.
Completely.
There was no way.
You wrong.
No.
You wrong.
You're wrong, Artie. So let's back up. So how was the cops like down the bottom of Boston Street?
No, they were around Hamlet. They were around Hamlet and on Boston.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm thinking if the fire truck pulled up and the ambulance pulled up and the police pulled up, you can't even drive up Boston Street to take the turn onto Hamlet.
That's what we're saying. So because Kevy wants to get this point off.
Yeah.
He's dying to get this point off. So if you drove up Boston Street, if you was in a car instead of walking, and you were driving up Boston Street when you showed up, right? Because when you showed up, Artie had just showed up too, probably allegedly 5-10 minutes before you, right?
Right.
So if you was driving up that street, was there any way you could drive all the way up to that street to take that right onto Hamlet with the police presence that you've seen? Was that possible?
No, not at all. That whole street was blocked off. You could not get up or down Hamlet.
There you go.
Hamlet Street is one of the smallest streets in Somerville. I swear. And there's you can barely fit 2 cars on it. And the whole street was covered. There's no way.
Would you believe it? So now he gets arrested. You heard the story. You don't believe it. Artie's in mine. Your mother and you worked in Port Authority. You worked in Port Square, right?
Yes.
Do they still call it Port Authority? Was that a thing?
I don't know. I don't hang there anymore.
Yeah, that was a thing. So Port Square, I like Port Square. Go a little bit further down the road.
Not bad.
Go right into drive up the block a little bit. Go right into Harvard. You know what I mean?
Harvard, yeah.
Yeah, man. Creep into Boston that whole way too. That's fun.
Right.
So when you was getting picked up in Porter, your mom spotted the cab, right? She said, and she told you to put on the seatbelt one day. And back then she told me that it was a different time, right? People didn't put on seatbelts like that. She told you to.
But she still doesn't.
Mom Dukes is old school, and she told you to strap up, and you were like, "Why, Ma? What do you mean strap up? What's wrong with you?" And she looked and pointed to a cab. So Artie was following you, and a cab was following you.
Well, she pointed to the cabs, and I was like, and like I said, I thought they were crazy. I'm like, this guy's nice. Like, I'm 17 years old. He sells me weed. Like, he's a nice guy. So I'm thinking they're crazy, and I mean, it scared my mother enough for her to do that.
But you thought
I
she
mean,
was
like I said, I didn't freak out because I thought it was no big deal. I
but
just thought,
but at
oh,
the
they're
time
around everywhere.
but at the time, though, let's be clear though, but this is at the time the murder already happened though. So at that time you still don't believe that Artie might have done it? You still on the fence with it?
Oh no, I knew Artie had done it by that. I had already thought by then that he had done it.
All right. So did you bump into him anywhere else? Assembly Square Mall? Did you bump into him over there? Did you ever notice that was he ever watching you? Did you think that he might have just been watching you for whatever reason? Did that ever cross your mind?
No, no, no. I wasn't. No,
So
but
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I still wasn't scared of him. Like even though I thought this of him, I wasn't. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. So you lived across the street from Janet, right?
Yeah.
And you were friends with
Yeah.
her kids, and you knew Janet. What type of person was Janet?
She was so nice.
So nice.
She yelled at me a few times. I got on her nerves a few times, but she yelled at me and sent me on my way.
And moms used to sit out front with her and drink coffee in the morning and shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So all
she
this,
she was really nice.
so all this goes down, and then Eddie's locked up, and you're still living on the street. You don't know what's going on. You're 17. You go on with your life, right? You're back in school. You got your own shit you got to deal with, right, so to speak.
Right.
So now the trial comes up. Was you present for the trial?
I wasn't.
You didn't go to the trial at all?
I did not.
How about your mother? Did your mother go to the trial?
My mother was yeah. My mother was there every day, every time they had.
So when you found out that he got found guilty, what was your reaction?
I was devastated. I can't believe it still. I mean, he hasn't even lived a life, really.
No.
I mean, 15 years old, like, that's no life.
What would you like
and then to go right to jail.
Let me ask you this. What would you like to see happen? If you could make something happen right now with the governor's in your face, what would you like to see happen to clear Eddie's name? How would that happen? Do you have any ideas?
I don't. I don't know. I mean, I wish I could help him I'm sure a lot of people that knew him feel the same way, but it breaks my heart that he's been there for so long.
Would you tell them to look at Artie?
I definitely would.
Do you think Artie did it?
I do.
You think Artie Ortiz killed Janet Downing?
I do.
God damn.
And like I said, if Marco and Gabi did see someone come out of the bushes, maybe it was Artie and not Eddie. Well, I don't know.
But the story, but the story is Eddie's story is that he did come out the bushes, though. He said he did that. He said he ran out because he was afraid whoever was there. Now, what was the relationship between? Do you know the relationship between Eddie and Artie? If you knew,
I don't think they had a relationship.
and Artie wasn't a scary dude. Like, did he like come off a certain way to the kids, like fuck around and find out type vibes, or no?
Yeah, kinda.
He did.
I mean, he didn't come off that way to me because I was a girl, but yeah.
And did Paul and Ryan respect him as like uncle, like he's the cool uncle?
No.
No.
And
so what was Carol like, his wife? Did you know his wife? Did you meet his wife?
Yeah, Carol was nice too. I liked Carol too.
So here's Carol goes to the Mass General to be with her sister who passed away, and Eddie's looking for a car key in front of your house, smoke weed with you and your sister. He's fresh, he's clean, he sits there and he doesn't go run to the hospital where his wife is with her dead sister, Is that not?
Right.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, no, it is crazy. Like I said, it's shady as fuck.
And nobody
It's
had
weird. Like,
and nobody had a cat in that house in the Downing
no,
house. How
no,
many times you go in that Downing house
a million.
and you never
I
seen?
can't even count.
Did you ever see a little kitty?
No,
A little baby?
never, never, never.
You never seen a little baby cat?
Can
Nope,
she now? Can she speak on like? Did you notice
never,
that
never.
Janet was picture happy? Did she have a ton of pictures all over? Like
So let
how
me ask
some
you this.
parents.
Let me ask you this. So there was pictures found on the. You said you've been in there a million times. There was pictures found on the floor in the dining room. Do you remember what pit? Did she have a lot? Kev's question is: did she have a lot of pictures in the dining room?
Yeah, she had a mantle.
A mantle, Kev.
Yeah,
And do you know what pictures, baby pictures of her kids, or things like that?
I think they actually were, to be honest.
Really?
I mean, I can't be absolutely certain, but I think they were.
Right. And
Because
what
I
type?
think I used to make fun of Polly and Ryan for the pictures.
Oh, really? So what type of kid was Paul? Was Paul Down? Was he a cool kid? Like what was he like? Did he hang out in the park with
Yeah,
you guys?
yeah. Paul was me and Paul were really close. He was very outgoing.
Good looking kid?
He had yeah, he had a really good personality. He was wicked funny.
And how about Ryan, his twin? Was he the same?
Yeah, Ryan was more quiet, but yeah, Ryan was sweet.
Ryan was sweet.
Yeah.
So did you find out? Did you know that Ryan and Janet was having issues? Like, was that a thing in the neighborhood that excuse me, not Ryan, Paul was having issues with his mother, because allegedly he was how do you say this without getting canceled? He played for the other team. He was gay. Did you know that about him
I knew that from when I first met him. But
when you first met him? Now, was that a thing in 1995?
I mean no disrespect. I mean, if not, he was just really flamboyant, and that's fine too.
He was flamboyant. What do you mean? Like
Yeah.
he had no problem with acting a little he was just out there.
Yeah.
He let
And
everybody know he was gay.
everybody was fine. Yeah. I mean, he didn't come out as gay.
Well, he
but
never said he was gay, but yet he act flamboyant. Flamboyant,
yeah.
like how though? The way he
Well,
spoke or the
back
way
then
he
you had to
dressed?
test the waters, bro.
The way he
No, just some of his actions, like
Back then you had
the
to
way he
test
would.
your waters with your friends.
I don't know. He was doing his stories. I don't know.
I
He'd
understand.
just be flamboyant. Yeah.
And Ryan was totally opposite.
Yeah. Yeah. Ryan was more quiet and reserved.
Rose D got a question. She said, "Did you know about his older boyfriend?"
I didn't.
No, she didn't. Anybody got any questions for Danny?
What about
Let
the
us know.
sister?
What about your sister? Did your sister know?
No. My
What
sister was
about-
older. She only hung with us when she got free weed to smoke off of us.
That's it.
What about Janet's daughter?
What about Erin? What was Erin like, Janet's daughter?
Erin was a good girl. She was quiet. Yeah, she was a good girl.
What was we got a question. We never heard what Artie was wearing that night. Do you remember what he was wearing?
I don't. I remember he was wearing a white T-shirt. I couldn't tell you what was on it though.
And he didn't have no cuts on him, no
And
visual cut.
cargo shorts, I want to say.
Oh, he had shorts on, huh?
Yeah.
What kind of sneakers did he have? Did you know what kind of sneakers he was wearing by any chance?
They're probably fucking New Balance.
New Balance, huh? Fucking Artie?
I'm serious. Either that or Nikes. But I think they were like older man sneakers.
Old man sneakers. God damn.
Where was Ryan again at the time? Where was Ryan? So when you pulled up, was Paul and Ryan already gone from the scene?
Yeah, I didn't see Paulie and Ryan that night at all.
At all. Nice. And who took the dog?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if it was her ex-husband, maybe. I don't know. I'm being serious.
No.
I don't know.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing at shooting informants, not drugs. Was he wearing the sex offender sevens? God damn. Bro.
God damn.
What So
God
what do
damn.
you think of Eddie now? I mean, what do you think of Artie now?
I don't think of him.
You don't think of him.
No, he's just.
If you could say something to Artie right now, Artie's listening right now. If you could say something to him right now, what would you like to say? You have anything you could say to him right now? Because he's listening, he's watching for sure.
Just man up.
Man up, Artie. Man up.
Perfect.
Danny, I appreciate you taking our phone call. You could come up on the show any other time if something comes to your mind, or you just want to, hang out with us. Get your email right, so you come up, maybe hang out with us.
Right.
Listen to some music. Anytime. You're a friend of the show now, and I appreciate you.
Yes,
I appreciate you. Thank you,
Danny. Let's talk soon, okay? When I get out to Boston, maybe we can get up, man, drink a coffee, and meet face to face or something.
Absolutely, sounds good.
All right, Danny. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Peace and love. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny, ladies and gentlemen, put your peace signs up for Danny. That was very brave of her. Peace signs up for Danny. Peace signs up for Danny.
Yes, thank you.
It was the summer of 1995.
Yeah. Yeah. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless. His friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Janet's fingernail unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer.
July 1995.
Do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream, long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.
What an interview, huh, buddy?
Man, that was excellent, man. That was excellent. I'll tell you, thank you, Danny, for coming up here and just taking the time to speak with us. I mean, it throws some light on some of the situations. I mean, the biggest thing that has kind of stuck in my head too is like, Artie maintains that, I was never there. You know, I was there after she was taken out of there. You know, those police, they swarm that 71 Boston Street. There was, you know, I drove up that street. There's no possible way if the police and the EMTs and fire trucks were heading en route to that scene, that he would have been able to pull up Boston Street, take a right on the Hamlet, and pull over.
No.
And it just ain't happening.
And she said it. She said it. You know what I mean? Without even saying it, she said it. Like she said, she walked up there and right off the bat, she seen the police. And then everybody talked about that right hand turn. There was no way he was taking that turn. There was no way he was making. They weren't first off the bat. Even if he could make it up there, they weren't letting him park there.
Fuck no.
You know what I mean? So you got two things here. Even if you did roll up there, right? They weren't letting you just park your fucking cab there. They're gonna say, "What are you doing? You got to keep it moving." We this is a crime scene. We don't know which way ran.
Right.
We don't know what's going on. We don't know.
Yep.
And he was down the street a little bit. He got on the street. He wouldn't even have made it on the street. He got on the street because when he came out the bushes, that was down the street a little bit. So he was right down the street to climb into the bushes, into the back, into the house that way. That's the way he went in. That was his sneaky way. He probably sold weed that way. You know what I mean? You know, whatever. He probably did the good old the weeds over here by the fucking by the Coca-Cola can. You know what I mean?
Yep.
No hand to hands.
Yep. And, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I remember, and why this stands out is that I remember through other people that have been up on here talking about it. It might have been Gina or somebody else, that he was parked on Hamlet Street on the opposite side of the street. So that means when he took that right onto Hamlet, he pulled over to the left, which is actually, you can go up Hamlet. So he was on the wrong side of the road, up against the curb where the bushes were. You know what I'm saying? On the same side as the bushes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was right there.
Right there.
He was right because the cops said that. They came. He said it was the blood was 30 feet away from his car, so it was right. And he's saying it came from Eddie flying down the hill, tumbling down, and that's where the blood came from. No. You wanted to get out of there, and you fucked up with your key. You wanted to get the hell out of there. When you realized you didn't have the key, it was plan B. What were you going to do? There was nothing you could do. Your cab's there. Whose cab's that? You got to be present to say it's my cab. You can't just disappear because now you're really fucked. If you would have disappeared that night, Artie, you would have been in big trouble. So you wanted to stay present through the whole fucking thing just so you could control the algorithm. You wanted to control that algorithm, didn't you? And you did. You did. I give it to you. You did. You did, Artie. You did good. You did good, buddy. You did real fucking good that night. You're pretty good at this shit, buddy.
You know, and I'm going to tell you something else. She clarified that, you know, he asked to use the phone. Now, did he tell us that he talked to somebody, or is that when he called the tow for the tow? Or that's when he called his wife?
No, that's when they basically alleged he'd been there, right? So, but when she rolled up, you know, think about it. That's right when lights, camera, action. Big Ed found Janet's body at like what 9:50, 10 o'clock. So that's right around the time he walked up to the stairs where it's all going down. Lights, camera, action. Fire trucks are flying down. And here comes Danni 15 minutes later because she's late for her curfew. She's thinking she's gonna get slapped off her face by Mom Dukes, and she sees all the police. She's thinking, "Oh man, I'm fucked." And you know what I mean? So it was just the timing was impeccable of how it all went down, and he was trying to manage his way out of it. And like if you look at the people who testified on that stand, there was a lot of Somerville police that were there. You had the CPAC unit, but you had Somerville police that was securing that shit too. The Somerville police right off the bat should have said, okay, it's a murder, boom, back off and let them handle it. But the Somerville police are idiots, period, point. But, and I'm not saying the state police are not idiots, but at least they have a unit that's more trained for that situation. Them Somerville police were supposed to secure that scene, and that dude Eddie manipulated them people. He manipulated his way around. That's the reason why that cab never got questioned, because it was like, nah, it's okay. He's he lives here. He lives here. He's a friend of the family. It's all good. He's right there. He's right over there. You know, you know what I mean? The fact of the matter, he didn't live there. What was he doing there? How'd he get there? When he get there? They never asked him the questions. They never threw him in the room. They never threw Higgins in the room. They never threw Jen McCabe in the room. At that time, you didn't do it. You didn't fuck Scapiccio. Where are you, Scapiccio? We need you. Scapiccio. That's who we need. We need fucking Scapiccio. She'll get down to the bottom of this shit.
No, I mean, I'm gonna tell you that. I mean, there's just inconsistencies, that they just keep getting brought up. You know what I mean?
Wait till we drop this name on you guys. There's a person who's working on this case. We can't say it just yet, but there's a person who's working on this case that's gonna blow your fucking mind when we drop it. Trust and believe that. He manipulated the situation, bro. I can already picture 1995.
He tried to manipulate us, man.
Oh yeah. Well, he tried, but he fucked up.
Exactly.
There's no
Don't
cats,
get me going,
man.
bro.
There's no kitties, man. No kitties. No kitties. So there's something that I got in the email. Go ahead, man. Talk to the people, bro. You need to calm the fuck down, though. You know that, right?
Oh yeah. Take a breather and shit. Nah, man. I'm just. I think tonight was, our guest tonight, Danni. She has a good idea, of how Artie was moving, what type of person he was, you know what I mean? She brought up some good points about Eddie, he was, a couple years younger, and
do I think the murder was premeditated? I mean, it could have, but it also could. I'm sorry, Kev. I think that's just a good question. I think that it possibly that he thought she was gone. The car was parked on the side, right? What side? It wasn't parked on Hamlet Street. So they said the car was parked on the side. So if he banged that first right, he might have not even noticed her car. Is there a next street right from Hamlet and then there's the next street?
Well, there's Hamlet Street.
So what's the first street? And then what's the first right after? So if you're going down Boston, Hamlet's on your right. And if you keep going past the house, is there another right there?
Well, if you came up Hamlet and the house was on the right-hand side, Janet's house is on the right-hand side. We go by the bushes, we come to the top of the hill.
We take a right.
We take a right. It's a straight shot. There's no other 300 yards, and then you have another street there's a four-way intersection.
So, but she didn't park in the driveway. So if he banged that right off the bat, trying to sneak in the house, right? Maybe he just snuck in the house all the time. Maybe he could sneak in. Maybe that, even if she was there or whatever, he could sneak in. And maybe he needed to sneak in and that pace that time. He needed to sneak in because the weed was there and he had to make a deal or whatever it might have been, and she caught his ass. And next thing you know, maybe she smacked him in his fucking face like a punk that he is, and he wigged out. I don't know. Was it premeditated? I don't know, but it could have been really pissed that she's messing up his hustle.
Yeah,
because you heard Danny. He was everywhere in that city. Now, if he got to move to Malden, you know what I mean? He's got to travel to Somerville. You know what I mean? His shit's over there. He had everything right in that house. You know what I mean? Oh, I went there to use the bathroom. No, you went there to bag up. That's what you went to go do.
Hell yeah. Went to make a play.
Would you believe it? Let's play this little clip right here. I think it's very interesting. Got some more footage from 19. This is I take it it's from 1997. Shout out Paula, who's sending me all this footage. It's so awesome. She's so awesome, holding it down for us.
Thank you, Paula.
Indeed. And then there were the press conferences. And we're going to talk. We're going to talk with you at about 7 o'clock about this extraordinary day. Stay with us. Was at the time Eddie O'Brien's best friend.
It's been a long time. We've been to the Supreme Court 3 or 4 times. We've had 2 juvenile transfer hearings. That first transfer hearing was where Judge Hefner ruled for him to be tried as a juvenile. That took a lot out of us.
Now Janet Downing's family and friends face O'Brien's automatic appeal, a day his parents are counting on.
And I'm telling you right now, I will die before my son spends any more time in jail than he has to after this.
But prison is where Edward O'Brien is tonight. The Department of Corrections will make the final determination as to where he is sent. But the law is clear. Edward O'Brien will spend the rest of his life in prison. In Cambridge, Julie Ryan, the 10 o'clock news.
Tom McGarrett joins us now from Somerville, where a close-knit neighborhood has been torn apart by this murder. Tom, can you tell us what the feeling is there tonight?
Sure, Karen. Overall, I would say neighbors here are definitely standing by Eddie O'Brien. Tonight, the family is winding down in their Somerville home right behind me, as you can probably see over my shoulder, and they're vowing that their fight is just beginning. Cheering and honking his horn tonight, this motorist seemed to applaud the Eddie O'Brien guilty verdict as he whizzed by the O'Briens' Boston Street home. Inside, shades are drawn as family and friends start to trickle home after a long day and night of grieving. Neighbors in this tight-knit community are standing by Eddie. Nicole Gonzalez lives across the street.
I was in tears. I was in tears along with his dad. I really was, because it was unjust. He's innocent.
What did you think of this verdict when you first heard it?
I think they're wrong. I think they're wrong. I think this verdict was based on a bunch of lies that Riley concocted.
The Downings no longer live in this house, located right across the street from the O'Briens' house. In fact, the man who lives here now told me he doesn't know the O'Briens or the Downings and has no feelings either way about this verdict.
None of yous let him tell the truth. Please, please don't.
Dozens of friends and neighbors came to visit the O'Briens today, but not all neighbors are standing by this former altar boy.
If he's so innocent, why didn't he take the witness stand himself? It's my opinion. And he showed no remorse throughout the whole 2 years.
Just about everyone is talking about today's verdict, even acting Governor Paul Cellucci.
And this verdict will not bring Janet Downing back, so my heart really goes out to that family.
This afternoon, outside the O'Brien home, Eddie's father only had this to say.
It is innocent, and the fight begins now again.
We're going to be filing a motion for a new trial, a notice of appeal, and all the different things we need to do to keep on going. So we're not going to stop here.
And neighbors here on Boston Street say they won't stop either, lending their support, that is, to the O'Brien family. Live in Somerville, I'm Tom McGarrett for the 10 o'clock news. Karen?
Thank you, Tom. Joining us now, our 56 News legal analyst, Peter Bellotti. First question, do you think the defense made a mistake by not putting Eddie O'Brien on the stand?
No, I think it would have been a mistake to have put him on. First of all, the only reason you put it...
About this extraordinary day.
Well, that's some good footage. Can't hear you, bro.
Oh, I'm muted up saying, what are you doing over there?
God damn.
It's crazy.
Turbulence in the chat. 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 Turbulence in the chat.
I didn't do this. This is just a mistake. We'll probably find out who did it. And then I think won that night. I didn't do anything. I understand. That is one of the biggest regrets I have. I wish I had an answer for you. I just think it was the shock. I mean, I can't explain it. You're right. I should have.
We're not indestructible. Baby, better get that straight. I think it's unbelievable how you give into the hands of fate. But something's all worth fighting for. Some feelings never die. I'm not asking for another chance. I just wanna know why. There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. There's no easy way out. Giving in can't be wrong. I don't wanna pacify. I don't wanna drag you down. But I'm feeling like a prisoner. Like a stranger in a no-name town. I see all the angry faces. Afraid that could be you and me. Talking about what might have been. I'm thinking about what I used to be. There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. There's no easy way out. Giving in can't be wrong.
Put your peace signs up right now in the chat. Put your peace signs up right in the chat for Eddie. Peace signs up for Eddie. There's no easy way out of this shit. There's no easy way out. Peace signs up. You're rocking with JFK, rocking with Kevy Cat, rocking with Danny Knight, rocking with Jay Brilliant. Put your peace signs up. There's no fucking easy way out.
Baby, baby, we can share this skin. We can know how we feel inside. Instead of going down an endless road, not knowing if we did all right. Something's all worth fighting for. Some feelings never die. I'm not asking for another chance. I just wanna know why.
I understand. That is one of the biggest regrets I have. I wish I had an answer for you. I just think it was the shock. I mean, I can't explain it. You're right. I should have.
Okay, and you said you saw someone in there? And that's where you want to leave it?
Yes. That's correct.
And you maintain that for your 29 years in prison?
Except for those first 2 weeks.
And as far as disclosing to that case
What I like to say is, I don't want people to believe me what I have to say. The evidence is going to speak for it. And there's a lot of evidence there that doesn't, there's DNA profiles there that's not me.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Wow. Well, guess what? You're going to have to wait for that appeal, Mr. USA. You're going to have to wait for the appeal. You're going to have to see what he got in store. And, you know, they run the DNA. How we doing out there, Chad? How we doing? That footage is crazy, huh, that night? He said, we're not going to stop. Dad said that 30 years ago, and he's still going strong. Goals, appreciate that. The innocence taken from all these kids. The Commonwealth took major advantage. It's wild. You're right. The interviews have been great, JFK, getting us a story behind the story. For sure. Appreciate that, Becky. Okay, we got a fight going on in LY Double N. You got your pistol on you, buddy? Shit.
They're repoing the car, the neighbor's car right now.
God damn, man.
Sad.
Like, who does that? Uncle Daddy. Yeah, man.
reason for not doing that was what?
I don't think anyone cares to hear what I have to say about that, especially back then.
Not even to a close family member?
Oh, I mean, that's different.
Well, have you or no?
That's correct.
You did?
I have,
You
yes.
Okay, but that never came out to assist you in any way over the years?
No. My lawyers at that time during the trials, the transfer hearings, as you can see, they didn't put on a defense. They didn't put anything on. He wanted more money, and that's all he cared about. No experts, no challenging. We were made promises about everything, and we had nothing.
If you did do this crime, it would be pretty concerning. This is not an average murder. This is very sadistic. There's indication there might be some sexual violence involved. 98 times she was stabbed or slashed. What do you think in terms of rehabilitation that would take?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Right.
That's.
The only reason I'm asking you that is because you were convicted by a jury.
Yep.
You've been trying to appeal this for how many years now?
Well, I've never filed an appeal. It seems like there's always
So
been
you
a.
had the initial appeal after you were convicted?
It was the direct appeal, correct.
Okay. And since then, you didn't file any further appeals?
So after that direct appeal, my attorney was working on the case, had a heart attack. It took me several years to find new attorneys. This is actually how I met Jack. I had a law firm that came into this case from Washington D.C. They needed local counsel. They wanted to overturn the juvenile life sentence issue in Massachusetts.
What you guys got to understand, right? People out there, when people are saying, and I asked the lawyer this, the narrative is after 30 years, he's proclaiming his innocence. Listen, he put in for a direct appeal. You got 60 days to do it, right? And he did it. You heard his lawyer in that clip. We're going to file the appeals. That dude ended up having a heart attack. Oh, by the way, he ended up going to jail. Time goes on, man. It's not like you could just call the courthouse up and say, hey, how you doing? I got convicted for murder for stabbing someone 90 times. I want to go in front of a judge now and tell you the inconsistencies. It don't work that way. Once they convict you, you're fighting up, man. You're trying to climb out of a hole, man. It's no different than being inside. You ever go to Cape Cod? Don't go to Cape Cod at nighttime. And don't go to the Cape in the water during the morning, dusk, or dawn. Because let me tell you why. The great whites are out there. They're in the surf. The seals. That's when they hunt. They're in the shallows. And let me tell you something. Once they bite you, that's it. It's a wrap. You're trying to make it up. You're trying to get up. You can't. You can't. They took a bite. Your leg's gone. You're bleeding. It's a wrap. It's over. And that's no different than what's happening here. But now he has a voice because he got a second chance. He's got some lawyers that believe his story. See, I understand we want to keep talking about this 2-week thing, right? That he didn't say anything for 2 weeks. But the more and more I listen to this case, be clear, the more and more JFK is zoning in. I think that 2 weeks went by real fast. And I think that he could have said something earlier before that. We don't know. And I'm willing to bet when I talk to Eddie, he's going to tell me, you know what? I told him that 48 hours after, but they didn't want to hear it. And then they said, I said it 2 weeks after. I think there's something wrong there. Now, as far as what happened in the square of him getting jumped or something, that could be embellished. I don't know. I guess I got to speak to Eddie. I'm not saying I don't believe him, but what's the reason? I don't know. All I know is he had a 2-year-old sibling in the house and he had a 2-month-old baby in the house. And he's a young 15-year-old. And he's living in this crazy city, Somerville, at the time. Artie, we just heard from Danny tonight, ladies and gentlemen, was a guy who the kids feared. Did have that type of mannerism where, hey, kid, stay away from my cab. Hey, kid, stay away from me. We're over here smoking. Beat it. He had that presence. Was he scared of Artie? We don't know. Do we? But I think this happened so fast. Life goes by fast. Life goes by fast. 1995 was 30 fucking years ago. We were just teenagers. Now we're going on the fifth levels of life. Goes by fast. We're trying to count our calories. We're trying to cut the sugar out. We're trying to be better people on the fifth level. Eddie's creeping on the fifth level of life too. He's creeping. It goes by fast. So the narrative that you people out there want to say, well, why does he want to speak up now? He never had the chance. He was in that water. He got bit. He's bleeding. He's trying to make it to shore. And even when he gets to shore, he's bleeding. Is a helicopter going to land? Do they have that type of presence, that type of urgency in the moment to get him to the right hospital? And where's he at? The timing. But now, the timing is now. The urgency. And the way this unfolded, I said this before, it unfolded fast. People wanted to talk. Jay Brilliant got on board. I don't know Jay prior to this movement. Like I said, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to dress this shit up as. But I met Jay, and he hit me up. He came to my show, our live podcast. Good kid, talked to me behind the scenes about what he's seen and stuff that happened with him with the Jigga situation, Francis Gigalotti. And we had conversations. He wanted to help. JFK is not afraid to get help. I said, no problem. What do you want to do? He said, hey, I want to call some people. Then do it. Do whatever you want. You could name drop the JFK show because ultimately this is the fucking show they got to come on, right? Go ahead, say what you want. You're a part of it now. And it unfolded fast. Fast. And here we are, part 15. We talked to Danni. She was there. We talked to Artie. We talked to the third party culprit. That's equivalent to talking to Higgins. Oh, by the way, I talked to him too. It was fast, but I talked to him. But the thing is, this is what's going on here. So we're going to take this momentum and give it a shot and see if this type of momentum will get him in front of these appeal people, in front of these higher courts. And they take a look and they run the DNA and we'll see what comes up. But we did catch that third party culprit in a lie. He said there was kitties, little kitties, cute kitties, pretty, beautiful cats. And he lied. He said he went in the house 4 hours later to get a cat, to get a kitty in a litter box. The problem is there was no cat, there was no litter box, no kitty, no kittens, but there was a dog that he never mentioned. Then he said, I went in there to get the dog food 4 hours later. Well, you're lying because you never went in the house because the CPAC, the last photograph, the photographers, excuse me, they showed up at 3:30 a.m. So how did you get in the house? You're a liar.
You're a liar.
You never went in the house. But we also heard from Margot Nash, 40 years in the game of law. She's the female version of Yannetti, poetic. Baloney, phony, homie, only, Your Honor. She is poetic. She don't take no shit. She's not on no side of anything. She's on the side of fairness, interest of the law. Fabulous, beautiful, integrity. Margot Nash, you guys met her. And she said that when the medical examiner testified, he zoned into the cat hairs. He spoke on that. Is that what got Artie's mind on this cat to speak on it? Because that's what he heard. He heard them zone into about them cat hairs, and he wanted to try to get ahead of it just in case there's another trial, another medical examiner breaks down what was on the body. Is he trying to put it out there 30 years later that there was a cat? No big deal. They found cat hair. She had a cat. You didn't know. And he got up in the kid's head so bad, Paul, Ryan, that I'm a good guy. I would never. You're crazy. The letters, all that, all to back up his shit. If they turn the cheek on him now, well, hey, they're lying too. Look at these letters that I got. Look at the letters. They're lying now. They said that I did it, or they're saying they got questions. Well, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, they wrote these letters saying what a great guy I am. Don't believe them either. That's Artie's whole shit. Don't believe them. They're lying. You're tripping. But the problem is, Artie, you're a fucking liar. You lied to us. That's a fact. That is a fucking fact. In 30 years, Margot Nash been covering this case and never heard a thing about a cat. But on the JFK show, you lied to us about a cat. Would you believe it? So guess what? No matter how you look at it, we're a part of this case forever now, ain't we?
That's right.
We're a part of it forever because we're that tentacle. Because when Eddie goes to speak on it and wants to talk about this guy Artie, the one-man party, number 42, in the AC, you lied about that too. He was on the JFK show on the internet, and he said something about cats. Oh, did he? Yeah, here it is right here. Click. But there was no cats, but there was cat here. Isn't that suspicious? And you were lying to us just to test us, just to see how we were? Why? Why you want to see how we are? We just want to get down to the bottom of it. That's all. I don't know.
Fucking lied. You know, and as we laid down tonight with the timeline and the way how busy that street was and shit, he lied about, you know, being there when he, you know, pulling up after she left and shit. He lied. He had to have been there. That street got busy. Remember how we would say?
So why did Gina
say what?
Remember how we used to say if somebody called for John O'Keefe and said he was a Boston police officer down,
right?
How the highway would have been lit up, lights everywhere. That's how that you know, that's how that street was.
Exactly. Eddie took it like a man in 97. The boy knows who they're dealing with. That's right. Artie, he let the cat out of the bag, literally. You're right about that.
God damn.
when you walked up, you looked like you were so fresh and so clean. She said you smelled like Obsession and all that. She said you were smelling real good.
I was driving a taxi cab and I kept it fresh. And I had the AC on all night.
Of course you did.
Of course you did.
You had the AC on.
So that's
God
why
damn, Artie.
I didn't look sweaty.
Artie, so
sweaty.
I'm trying to understand this taxi cab that you were driving, though. Let's keep it real. So what was the taxi you drove for? What was the company?
Green cab.
So you drove for the piece of shit green cab, the ones you used to sit in front of the Assembly Mall, the Assembly Square Mall?
Yeah, and the ones that, yeah.
And you mean to tell me them shit boxes back then, they used to blow fucking smoke because the head gasket was blown, right? It was running on like 4 cylinders, right? You mean to tell me them fucking things had AC?
I'll tell you, some of the shit boxes they had probably didn't, but I had AC that night. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Did you hear any of my lives prior to this?
Any of your what?
Live streams? Have you watched me? Did you watch any of my videos prior to this, like 1 and 2 of this little series I got going on, by any chance?
No, I actually found it today.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's lie number 1. You 100% watched us.
Yep. All right, there we go. We got lie number 1.
So he comes in, he's talking about the AC, because prior we were talking about the ACs, right? Kevin,
Oh, yeah. Yep. The ACs, what type of car it could have been, for sure.
So you never seen it?
No, never heard you. Never heard of you.
But you definitely was in a car with the AC, huh?
Absolutely, 100%.
So you walked out. You walked out this. What year was the car? You think? What, like a 81, 78?
No, 95 was probably in the 92, 93.
A 92 what?
He's lying again. That's lie number 2. That's lie number 2. So in 1995, you want us to believe he had a 3-year-old Crown Vic, a 3-year-old Dodge? They bought brand new taxis? He didn't say they were brand new.
It's bullshit.
If they were brand new, that's how he would have led. He would have said they were brand new. 3 years old, 36 months is a brand new car. Period. I don't give a shit. In my world, a 3-year-old car is brand new. Most people would think the same.
Especially in the taxi cab world, bro.
And he didn't say they were brand new. He's saying 91, 92. Nah, you mean fucking 81. That's what you mean, buddy.
I believe it was a Dodge.
A Dodge what, though, in 92? I'm trying to figure out what type of Dodge they had back then.
Could have been a Chrysler car.
You sure it wasn't a fucking Dodge Valari?
One of those Aries A cars,
definitely-
man.
No, it wasn't that. That's the old number 42 years ago.
Oh, that was the old 42.
Yeah, years ago.
That's lie number 3. My man fell right into the trap. That was the old number 42 years ago. See, he's so worried about me having information that he thinks that I really know that for a fact. I don't know that for a fact. I didn't know this for a fact. I just know what I used to see out in front of Assembly Square Mall. But in his mind, and the perception of the long gamers, the perception of live streaming, he's thinking that I really know this for a fact, that there once was a Valari. So he had to say, no, that was the old 42. That was the old 42. That's lie number 3. That's lie number 3. He fell right into that. You fell right into that trap, bro.
Keep it going. Let's see where we're at. Let's keep going.
Years ago. So they changed up 42?
To a newer car, yeah.
From Florida?
Yeah, they get them all from Florida. Jerry Shaley and Company.
That's lie number 4. He got him from Florida, from the Jalen whatever company. My man name dropped the car dealer from Florida. The reason why he's saying he got the cars from Florida, not because they're rust proof and they weren't rusty, because if you had a taxi service in Florida, everybody knows that you have to have AC in Florida. It's hot. You have to have AC. That's equivalent to saying in a December day or a January night in Boston, you don't have heat in a car. You have to have AC in Florida and heat in Massachusetts. It's just mandatory. So he's still pushing it, saying they came from Florida. That's how you have to believe me that the AC was maintained and cranking. That's lie number 4. And he said a new car. Keep in mind, he's been in the taxi business for 10 fucking years. The taxi business, when you say taxi, Taxi, all a taxi is a car. That's it. So he's in the car business. And the fact that he's not mentioning what type of car it is and acting like he doesn't know anything about cars. No, if you're in the taxi business, you know a thing or two about cars. Be clear. That's lie number 4. That's 4, buddy.
Okay, 4. Now I have a question. Maybe you can ask him. Who told his wife?
Who told your wife? Kevy Kev wants to know.
Who told my wife what happened?
Yeah.
No, my dispatcher didn't tell her. I didn't tell her. I assume she got a call from somebody else in the family to get to the hospital while I was at Janet.
No, let's be clear.
Did you guys hear that?
Now listen to this motherfucker.
tell her. I assume she got you. No, my dispatcher didn't tell her. I didn't tell her. I assume she got a call from somebody else in the family to get to the hospital while I was at Janet's.
No, let's be clear.
You're only there because you fucking got told that something happened at the fucking sister's house.
So how are you already at Janet's?
Fucking dude. Let's keep it going, bro. God damn. We can't make this shit up, people. We can't make this shit up. God damn.
Told my wife what happened?
Yeah.
No, my dispatcher didn't tell her. I didn't tell her. I assume she got a call from somebody else in the family to get to the hospital while I was at Janet's.
I didn't tell her. My dispatcher didn't tell her. I assume she got a ride to the hospital when I was at Janet's. She called you up and she told you something happened. And you assume she got a ride to the hospital when you was at Janet's.
Dude, I can't believe this dude, you know? This is what happens, people, when you fucking lie. When you fucking lie, you just keep on lying.
Were there any other unsolved crimes in the area? That's lie number 5, people.
No, let's
And
be
her
clear.
dad
Your
and
wife,
her mom-
your wife is Janet's sister, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So when he got there, she was already gone?
So when you pulled up, Janet was already gone.
She was already gone. There was no ambulance there.
There was no ambulance. You're making sure to say there was no ambulance. But what about the fire truck? What about the 100 police cars? What about the caution tape, the state police, all the people? What about that?
Exactly.
How'd you get on that street, bro?
It's
There
coming
was
up.
no ambulance there. And you weren't blocked in.
No.
You could just leave.
No, I could have just backed up Hamlet Street a little bit and did a 3-point turn. No problem.
Wait a minute.
No.
Whoa.
Everybody
That's
was
lie.
on Boston Street.
Everybody was on Boston Street. That's lie number 6, you fucking idiot. If everybody was on Boston Street, how the fuck
would you have been able to back up the fucking hill?
So what's he saying? He went up Hamlet Street the wrong way on purpose? Why would you do that? How did you know it was going to be a bunch of ambulances there if you heard something happen? Why would you go up the wrong side of Hamlet Street? Because people are saying you were parked the other way. So you went up the one way on Hamlet Street. That's the only way possible. So they didn't have the bottom of Hamlet Street blocked off?
That's bullshit.
So that's because he said I could have banged a U-turn and turned around on Hamlet, but you could, and everybody was on Boston Street. So basically, you're saying, Artie, you couldn't come up Boston Street.
That house was surrounded, bro.
But what I'm saying is, you're saying you couldn't come. So what's at the bottom of Hamlet Street? What street's down there?
That's like a main. That's like
a main drag,
like
right?
Union Street in Lynn. Yeah.
So
stores on either side.
But it's a two-way street. So he could have went up Hamlet Street. You're saying?
No, I believe I believe Hamlet's a one way.
Yeah, it's a one way because that's why they said the car was parked the wrong way. The car was parked the wrong way. It was so he said I could have made a 3-point turn. So if you went up Hamlet Street, you would have been parked this way. The car was parked this way, right? So wait a minute,
Exactly.
which way the car is supposed to be parked? Was the headlight supposed to be parked towards Boston Street or down Hamlet? Which way would you park on that street?
You would park on, towards Boston Street if you were to go up from downtown.
But what I'm saying is, where's it a one way at? So can you take the right on Boston Street? Is that a right you could take? That's not the one way.
No.
The headlight towards Boston.
You would have to take a right or another right to get up to, like Boston runs in between the hill. That's why you go up when you go up Hamlet.
Right.
Boston Street
he's parked. So he's parked the other way. They're saying. So if he's parked the other way, that means he came down Boston Street.
Exactly.
And he just said all the police were on Boston Street.
Yeah, because he took the right onto Hamlet and turned off of Boston.
But he
just said you can go both ways.
But he just said what? It's a two-way now. I don't think back then it was a two-way.
I think there's a sign on it that says
I think back
at a
then
certain time.
I think back then it was a one-way street.
It might have been.
Either way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. Either way, he was parked going. His car was parked going down Hamlet Street. I mean, it was parked going down Hamlet Street, right?
Exactly.
Because they said so. It had to be a one-way at that point.
No, it's not a one-way.
But it's a one-way now.
No, it's not.
No, excuse me. It's a one-way then. It was a one-way then because they said the car was parked funny. They wouldn't have said the car was parked funny if it was in a one-way.
How many times do you go down the street in Boston or somewhere and the car's parked on the left side facing the wrong way? He could have just pulled up there to go do his little play, do whatever he was having to do, did what he did, and was there longer.
Hold on. Who's in here?
Me.
Who's in here? No, not you. I know you are. Jay, I let you in, buddy. I opened up the door and I let you in.
My bad.
No, I'm saying who's in here that can tell me if that was a one-way street back then? Oh, so you're saying he was parked on the other side of the street?
I'm watching the chat now.
So if he was parked, so they didn't say he was parked on the other side of the street. They said he was facing up, which means it was facing down. That was a one-way. You're supposed to be. They said he was because even the Somerville police inside the footage was face down that street. They weren't faced up. Okay, how was it towed out? That's another good question. They had to wait. She said it was the smallest street in
If there's two cars parked on that street side by side, there's no way you're fitting through the middle of them.
Right.
And
That's what I'm, but he just
Ed just said it was never a one way. I texted him. He just said it's never a one way.
Okay, so he was parked, like you said, on the left side of the street then.
On the left side, on the side where the Downing house was, facing down the hill. Illegally parked, put it that way.
Exactly.
Okay, so no matter what, he came down Boston Street, but he just said all the cops were on Boston.
Right. He would have never made that turn, no matter what.
Janet was already gone.
Here we go.
She was already gone. There was no ambulance there.
That's bullshit.
There was no ambulance there. And you weren't blocked in.
No.
You could just leave.
No. I could have just backed up Hamlet Street a little bit and did a 3-point turn. No problem.
Well, how could you back up? What do you mean?
No. Everybody was on Boston Street.
If you were pointed, he was pointed up the street on the left-hand side. So now you're saying you came down, you went up Hamlet Street. That's the way he's saying he came down, right? So he was pointed up, right? Not down. Which side was he? So that's what I'm saying. Was he pointed up on the left-hand side? Is that what it was? His headlights were pointed up on the left-hand side? Because if if he was on the right-hand side pointed up, technically you could park there, right? You could park there, right? That way? If it's a two-way? No, you're supposed to be parked the other way? I'm trying to understand this.
Well, he might listen because I've watched these over a couple of times too. I think he talks about it when you ask him, so where were you before? And you asked him, he said he was at the station. He was and he went
How long
down.
was you a taxi driver for, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, then, I started it off when I was about 19 off and on.
So at that point, you had a good 20 piece in, right?
No,
10 years. Excuse me. Yeah, 10 years. What am I saying? 10 years. Yeah.
Maybe 10
I was
years.
facing down the hill.
And you don't remember the car. And you don't. But you don't remember the car you was driving. You don't know what type of dog.
The car was facing down the hill.
Yeah, I just texted Ed. He said the car was facing down the hill.
So how could he back up?
Yeah. That's another lie.
That's another lie. That's another lie. That's lie number 6, ladies and gentlemen. He said he could back up. Well, you can't back up, can you, buddy? Because you're fucking facing down the hill. If you back up, you're hitting Boston Street.
The hell was I doing in the picture up here? God damn, you got me on the freeze frame, bro.
It was because I'm just a car guy. I just wanted to know what type of shit you was driving.
No, I get what you're saying now, and I am by far from being a car guy.
Oh, okay.
So it could have been a Chrysler or something. I don't know what they drove back then.
Well, I remember them green cabs, man. I was out there, bro.
LeBaron? A Chrysler LeBaron?
I got you.
It wasn't a LeBaron, bro. It wasn't a LeBaron.
No, it wasn't a LeBaron.
A LeBaron was too good for that, dude. They had the Valaris, bro. The
Valari?
They had the.
That's lie number 7. He just said it wasn't a LeBaron. How do you know it wasn't a LeBaron? You're not a fucking car guy. How do you know? You're not a car guy. What's the difference between a LeBaron and a Valari? Keep lying, buddy.
They look like the big
the
Chrysler.
Valiant.
They look like a
The
fucking
Valiant.
boat.
Yeah, they didn't. Everybody's saying Crown Vic. There was no Crown Vic. They didn't have a Crown.
Wait, now they did have Crown Vic.
Did they?
But you wasn't in the Crown Vic.
Not that I can remember. I don't remember what cab I was in, but I know it was number 42.
42. All right. So let me ask you this. Gina says you came walking up the street so fresh and so clean. Everybody else was all messed up. Everybody was stinking. It was a long, hot day, and you came walking up with your hair wet like you just took a shower. What do you got to say about that? Is that true, your description that night?
Well, whatever they thought about me is what they thought. But I got out of that cab with the AC running. Yeah, and everybody else was sweating, and I wasn't because I just got there.
But was your hair wet?
No, it wasn't wet. How could it get wet in a cab?
I don't know. Did you fucking have a water ball in there, some Aquanet, some dippity-doo back then? I don't know, Robbie. You tell me.
I had a tub in the trunk.
All right. God damn.
Come on.
I'm just saying, this is what they said. Now, who's the witness that put a statement? Did you see this? She put a statement that she lived in the house. Who's the woman? So let me ask you this. You lived in this house, right?
I did. It was a duplex, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get to. So you lived where in this house?
On Janet's side of the house, the right side of the house, if you're looking at it.
So you lived in the basement, or you had a room?
No, we lived in the front room where our windows face the O'Brien's house, a guy named Tony, and Gina Mahoney.
Okay. And so who was the neighbor? Who was the person who lived in the duplex with you guys? What was her name?
Virginia Reckley, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so Virginia Reckley said she heard some noise, right? But she chalked it up to her and Paul fighting, right? Did you hear that?
Her and Paul. Paul who?
I mean, not Paul. What's her husband's name?
Wait a minute.
Janet. Well, no, she chalked it up to
Paul who? Now he's a fucking owl.
Paul who, huh, Jay Brilliant? Paul who?
Paul who? Didn't he say Paul went down on the rollerblades?
Yeah, he's about to. That's lie number 8, people.
That it could have been a fight between them two. That's why she didn't say anything when she heard the commotion. She said she heard.
Right, but he was not there.
I understand he was not there, but she might have thought he was there. That's what she said.
Noise at the bulkhead.
No. No.
Did you see the statement that she wrote?
Not the full statement. I've seen so many over my time.
So basically what she said was she heard some noise, but she didn't report it because she thought there might have been an argument between her and her husband. I understand he was not there, but she didn't know that.
Hey, can you pause that real quick?
But she also said she was doing dishes.
How could you see statements if you're not a witness or any part of the case?
Well, he's seen them now. You know what I'm saying?
Well, now, but he said he's seen them. Makes it seem like he's seen them before all this came out.
What did you say? What you say in the messenger? You said that about Janet. Do you want to repeat that? What he said about Janet?
Well, you guys were just going over.
Yeah, go ahead. Say it though.
Where you guys asked him who called his wife, and he said no one called my wife. No one called dispatch. And then he said when he called his wife, he told her he was at Janet's. That's what I was trying to point out to you guys the other night when I was saying it. But
so that's what he said, though. He said no one called his wife. What did he exactly say there? What did he say there exactly?
No one called my wife. No one called dispatch.
Crazy things. That's what she said.
Let me see.
Oh, you lost your son. I'm sorry to hear that, Artie.
Too much.
Let me run that back. I got to get that shit right. He said no one called his wife. I got you up here to run that with me.
Yep.
I know.
Dispatch didn't call her.
So you're saying tonight on the J.F.K. show on the Fuckery Donuts shop, that's what we call this little get together we got here. The Lawn Gamers is what we call the chat, and we got Eddie. We have Artie up here, Artie Ortiz, who we appreciate you coming up here, helping us out.
And answer Linda McDonald's question. I don't know how I lost my key.
You see in the chat. So we're gonna get there. So thank you, Lisa McDonald. So you pull up. They're saying that you blocked the drive. You was blocked in, and then you were looking for your key, and you was in the front lawn looking for your key. Why would you be looking right there in the front lawn for the key?
The only time I stepped foot on that front lawn is when I pulled up.
And you think, why would you think you lost it right there?
I never said I lost it right there, and I never thought I lost it right there.
But people testified that you was out there looking with a flashlight, the whole shit.
That's a lie, dude. Man, it's a fucking complete lie.
All right.
It's a lie. Why do you think Gina Mahoney's testimony wasn't allowed in?
Well, that's the thing. She said she thought it was going to be in, and then they didn't let it in.
Yeah, well, what she thought and what they let in are two different things, isn't it?
Well, why do you think that was it was a problematic thing or a systematic thing? I think that was more systematic, right? Because at the time, the juvenile laws. They were trying to do the juvenile laws. Let me just say this, and they wasn't going for the third party culprit. The lawyer didn't want to even mention anything about that. He just wanted to say, prove that my client did it. If they would have went with a third party culprit defense, then you would have been all in the mix. You ever hear of the guy, the ATF agent Higgins? You know who he is?
I have no clue.
Yeah, well, you might want to Google him because that's what it's the Karen Reed case. It's kind of similar, the parallel of a third party defense. Someone else did it.
They can compare the cases all they want. I know. Oh, Jesus.
No, I'm not trying to get you upset. I'm just saying, like, that could be the reason why Gina's testimony didn't get brought in, not because she was full of shit. Because it was
hearsay. It was hearsay in the court of law.
Well, she still was a witness, though. She still was there on the stairs, and you also said you was there, though. You went to her house. Did you use her phone? Is that true?
I did.
Who'd you call?
Yeah, that's true. I used her phone.
Who'd you call, if you don't mind me asking?
I called my wife at the Mass General through the emergency room.
There's another lie.
Lie number 9. Danny just said that he called, but no one picked up.
That's right.
All right. So now she says she testified that it was a hot, humid night. Do you remember that night? Do you have any insight on that night?
Let me,
Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Let me back this up a second.
Go ahead, Artie. Go ahead.
Gina never had the chance to testify. Everything she said is on paper and is hearsay.
Yeah, but the defense could bring her in on a witness. Why not?
Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I know Gina didn't testify. I knew she didn't testify. She wrote a statement, though, and I'm just pushing his buttons, and I want to hear him. I want to hear him because that's basically how he got away. Because Gina, they wouldn't let the presence of mind in of Gina that day when she was with Janet. The lawyer messed up the timeline that she was with him that day, that she was with Janet that day. Gina was with Janet that day. Somehow or another, the lawyer fumbled and thought it was a week prior to that. So when I'm talking to him, I did know that she didn't testify. I was basically saying that she's a witness and that she's going to testify in the new trial. And I just want to hear his take on it. And I'm just pushing his buttons. And he's saying it's all hearsay. She don't know nothing. And he's riding that wave. He's riding the law wave. Like, well, it doesn't matter. She didn't get it in because it's hearsay. But it's really not, because she was a witness that night. And everything she says, you agree with. You were there. You lost your key. You're lucky that she didn't get in. You're lucky that she didn't get in.
Yeah, you know, we were just you did that very well, and you know, maybe we could use his words. We wanted to see how he was going to run with it.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him though.
Because everything she had to say about me was hearsay.
No, I hit him.
Yeah, but she was there though, and she was with you. So I mean, it doesn't matter. It's still a statement. She could go up there, and that's up for the jury to decide whether they believe her or not.
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I just go by what I heard.
I understand.
I hit him with the I understand. Fucked his whole life up.
Is Ed O'Brien saying it was 10 degrees that night?
Well, we have a lawyer in the chat. Her name is Nan Gallagher. She said it's not hearsay.
Well, okay, I'm just letting you, I don't know. I'm not going to combat that. Okay? The defense had me on their witness list. They had their chance to question me, but they never called me.
That was a mistake.
Because for some reason they didn't want to go with that defense. They went in a different direction. Exactly. And that's what I think his appeal, I think now I have to mute you, Kevy Kev. It's too loud over there. That's the reason why I think that's why he's trying to appeal it. Because he's saying that
people asking, why did I shower? Jeez, I didn't know I showered before I got there.
You did.
So you showered before you got there?
No, absolutely not.
So why did Gina say when you walked up, you looked like you were so fresh and so clean? She said you smelled like Obsession and all that. She said you were smelling real good.
I was driving a taxi cab and I kept it fresh. and I had the AC on all night.
Of course you did. You had the AC on.
So that's why I looked wet. I didn't look sweaty.
Artie,
I
so
was never
I'm
sweaty.
trying to understand this taxi cab that you were driving though. Let's keep it real. So what was the taxi you drove for? What was the company?
Green cab.
So you drove for the piece of shit green cab, the ones you used to sit in front of the Assembly Mall, the Assembly Square Mall?
Yeah, the one that,
the pieces of shit.
And you mean to tell me them shit boxes back then, they used to blow fucking smoke because the head gasket was blown, right? It was running on like 4 cylinders, right? You mean to tell me them fucking things had AC?
I'll tell you, some of the shit boxes they had probably didn't, but I had AC that night.
Of course you did.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Did you hear any of my lives prior to this?
No. What?
Any of your what?
Live streams? Have you watched me? Did you watch any of my videos prior to this, like 1 and 2 of this little series I got going on, by any chance?
No, I actually found it today.
So you never seen it?
No, never heard you. Never heard of you.
And he told me he watched
But you
the
definitely
live
was in a
before
car
he
with
came
the
on.
AC, huh?
Absolutely, 100%.
So you walked out this what year was the car, you think? What, like a 81, 78?
No, 95 was probably in the 92, 93.
That's a nice
A
car.
92 what?
I believe it was a Dodge.
A Dodge what though? In 92. I'm trying to figure out what type of Dodge they had back then.
Well, could have been a Chrysler car. I
You
don't
sure
remember.
you sure it wasn't a fucking Dodge Valari?
One of those Aries K cars,
definitely-
man.
No, it wasn't that. That's the old number 42 years ago.
The old 42.
Oh, that was the old 42.
The old 42.
Yeah, years ago.
Years ago. Yes.
So they changed up 42
Oh man. Got him.
To a newer car, yeah.
from Florida.
Yeah, they got them all from Florida, Jerry Shaley and company.
Jerry Shaley.
Now I have a question. Maybe you can ask him. Who told his wife?
Here we go.
Who told your wife? Kev wants to know.
Who told my wife what happened?
Yeah.
No, my dispatcher didn't tell her. I didn't tell her. I assume she got a call from somebody else in the family to get to the hospital while I was at Janet.
No, let's be clear. Your wife.
All right. Walk me through that. Brilliant.
He said that his dispatcher didn't tell his wife. I didn't tell my wife. He don't know who told his wife.
He
And then
thought somebody
right
from the
after that,
family.
he told his wife. He called his wife at the hospital and told her he's at Janet's or something like that. But he said he was never at Janet's, right?
No, what he's saying is that when he got to Janet's, I think what he meant to say was when he got to Janet's, that's when she must have got a ride to the hospital to see his sister.
No, but,
See
but
her
the,
sister.
the question was, who told your wife?
Yeah.
And he said, dispatch didn't tell my wife.
Right.
I didn't tell my wife.
Someone in the family.
Somebody in the family
must have told them.
And she got a ride to the hospital while I was at Janet's, which means is he found that information that she went to the hospital while he was at Janet's, which means is he never made a phone call at all with her.
No, because
I thought he said he called his wife upstairs and she told him.
Well, look. Let's run that back.
But Danny just confirmed that he never talked to anybody.
Right. Well, let's just get that back. I want to get this right. This is very critical, bro.
My wife, what happened?
Yeah. Who told your wife? Kev wants to know.
Who told my wife what happened?
Yeah.
No, my dispatcher didn't tell her. I didn't tell her. I assume she got a call from somebody else in the family to get to the hospital while I was at Janet.
So The way I take that. So wait.
Oh, maybe I misheard it then.
No. Well, hold on. So the way I take that, if his dispatcher didn't tell her, he's saying, and he didn't tell her, right? And then he said, I assume she got a ride to the hospital when I was at Janet. So basically, he's saying that she said she called the dispatcher, though. And she told him.
I thought that's what they said at first, is that his wife called dispatch to have him call her.
Exactly. So basically what he's saying is that he never talked to his wife.
That's what I'm getting.
How she got to the hospital, was they told her at the scene, someone at the scene, while he was at Janet's, they called her and she went to the hospital. Because at that point, and then why would he have to call his wife again?
That's what I'm saying.
What do you guys feel about that, chat? I wish I could fucking I could hear everybody's opinion on that. That's a that's a serious lie right there. If you really put it into perspective. So he basically saying, I didn't tell her, the dispatcher didn't tell her, and he didn't fill in that one blank that when I talked to her at the Peter Pan, I said I'm on my way to Janet's, and she said, all right, I'm going to the hospital. And at that point, he would know who told her because he talked to her. If he got the call from the dispatcher, right, and he got on the phone, he would have known who told her because he had just talked to her.
Exactly.
She would have said, go over to Janet's because I just got a call by Carrie Ann and she says something happened to her. But he said, I assume she went to the hospital while I was at Janet's. Yo. Yo. That's crazy, bro.
I'm telling you, bro. We can't make this shit up.
And let me tell you this about his little Never Seen Your Show. When I was talking to him, and I might even have it in writing on text, that he watched your show before he went on it.
The more Artie spoke, the more inconsistency showed up. Let me ask Norman Corey. He's good at putting this shit together. Norman, do me a favor, man. Break that shit down for me. Put that in the chat. What did he do there? What should I be zoning into there? Can you put it into easier terms? Or did I say it right? My man Norman Corey's slick. So he would have said, I don't know, when I called her at the Peter Pan bus stop.
And if you listen to it, he was about to say nobody. And then he said, my dispatch didn't tell her, I didn't tell her.
Right. So he just admitted.
Where's the Peter Pan telephone booth?
He told Gina, I think that he got a call from dispatch to call his wife. When he spoke to his wife, she told him something happened to Janet and go over there. Yeah, but he left that part out. And he would have known that right then and there if he called her. He would have said, well, I don't know. When I talked to her on the phone, she didn't tell me. He didn't say, I think someone told her while I was at Janet's to go to the hospital.
Yeah, but dude, with what he said, he's admitting that he was at Janet's.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that.
I was thinking about calling that cab company, but I don't know if it's going to be the same people there.
Nah.
No,
the old 42.
Yeah, they get them all from Florida. Who told my wife what happened?
Yeah.
No, my dispatcher didn't tell her. I didn't tell her.
All right, your dispatcher didn't tell her. Of course your dispatcher didn't tell her because she told you. She called your dispatcher. Isn't that the story?
That's what he said.
So why would your dispatcher know?
That's supposedly, she called the dispatcher. The dispatcher said you got to call your wife.
But why would he even say my dispatcher didn't tell her? Why
Something
would your
happened at
dispatcher?
Janet's.
Why would he call her when he would just call you on the walkie-talkie from the jump to tell you to
Why
call your
wouldn't
wife?
she have paged him?
He had a beeper. There
You
you
had a
go.
beeper, and your wife wouldn't page you. I mean, I know my wife would page the fuck out of the shit if I didn't answer the first time.
That 911 page works.
It would have been a 911 page.
She's paging you right now, man. What the fuck, Kev?
Kev, you got your page on vibrate?
Yeah.
Look at this though.
My wife, what happened?
Yeah.
No, my dispatcher didn't tell her.
Okay. No shit, your dispatcher didn't tell her. She told your dispatcher. Okay.
I didn't tell her.
You didn't, of course, because she told you. Because she told you. That's the story. Why would you tell her if she told you?
I assume she got a call from somebody else in the.
So you assume she got a call from somebody else. And where were you at when she got that call?
Family to get to the hospital while I was at Janet.
Goddamn, Artie.
And listen, man. I mean, you know. I mean, I don't want to back it up, but I'm gonna tell you right now, knowing that he had a fucking pager.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point, bro.
That shit. I don't give a fuck.
She would have called him 911.
His girl, his wife.
First off the bat, first off the bat,
911.
First off the bat, back then you had codes. I had a chick. Her code with me was 380, 380, 380, 380, 380. I knew where to call. Everybody had codes. You know what I mean? I had a pager in 94, 95. My girl, check me 380. Boom. That means call her.
I may be mistaken, but didn't he say he made a call when he was when he dropped off that fare or something at the bus station or whatever?
That's what he did, bro. He said that's the point I'm trying to make. He said that when he drove the fare, his dispatcher hit him up and said to call your wife. He got out the car at Peter Pan and called his wife. His wife said something happened to Janet. So obviously the dispatcher didn't tell her because she told the dispatcher to call you. So you know it ain't the dispatcher. So you know it ain't the dispatcher, and you know you didn't tell her because she called you. He forgot the whole fucking story. This dude must have dementia or something, bro. Like real shit. And I mean that with all due respect, because dementia is no joke. And anybody who's suffering that, God bless. I'm just saying there's something wrong with this dude. Because he just said, like, why would you even say that? That doesn't even make any sense. Of course you didn't tell her because she's the one that told you. Isn't that the story?
You want to know why? Because no one ever caught it for all these years until you caught it.
Well, hold on a second. Not just me. We, the three-man weave right here.
We caught it.
Yeah, bro. And then he said she must have got a ride to the hospital while she was at Janet's. Now, you would have known what she was doing if you talked to her. She would have told you, I'm going to the hospital.
Right.
And you would have known who told her because the first thing you probably would have asked her, well, who told you this? Who's over there?
She would have said, this person called me and told me.
Exactly. Is Paul over there? Is Ryan over there? Who told you? Who's calling you from the house? Who's there at the house that knows what's happening?
And
obviously, hold on one second, Kev. Obviously, it's got to be somebody at the house that knows there's something wrong. So he would ask, well, who told you at the house? Was it Paul? Was it Ryan? Was it Carrie Ann? There's only three. Or Aaron.
If you go back into his interview when he's talking about, you heard how he just stuttered and said no one. He was about to say nobody. If you go back into the interview that you did and he was talking about seeing Ryan in the police car, if you go back into it, I swear he's about to say something about Ryan beating. And then he stopped himself and said something else. He said B and then stopped. And to me, he was going to say he watched her beat him or his mother or something. Go back into it. I'll find it and I'll screen record it and I'll send it to you.
The devil's advocate, unless he was trying to say he doesn't know who told her Janet got taken away in the ambulance. Maybe at the time she called him, she just thought something happened at the house. Devil's advocate, unless he was trying to say he doesn't know who told her Janet got taken away in the ambulance. Maybe at the time she called him, she just thought something happened. But why'd he mention the dispatcher? Why'd he mention the dispatcher? The dispatcher didn't tell her. Well, at that point,
Why would the dispatcher tell
but
her?
at that point, he's saying he showed up when the ambulance was gone. So when she called him, technically the ambulance were already dipped off with her. So she would have had that information, right? Because someone would have called her from the house and said they just took her away in an ambulance, or she's leaving in the ambulance, or she's hurt bad, right?
Remember, that's why he flew all the way there, because his wife told him something happened to Janet.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Well, she's playing devil's advocate and saying, unless he was trying to say he doesn't know who said who that she left in an ambulance, that it was that serious. But obviously, anybody who called her from that house is telling you that it's that fucking serious. There's not a million police cars. It's state police. It's
Yeah,
not.
but let's get back to the point
And
where
that's what it
I was
comes back to.
I
I
was
think
blocked
Ryan
in.
might have called him. Sorry, Kev.
Yeah, no, but let's just take it back a second. I mean, his car was blocked in. So he
Right.
had to be there.
He was there
before
all that
happened.
He did not drive at 10 o'clock at night. If he got there, say 10:05 or right at 10, at that time, within that 10, 15-minute window when they all came in like fucking roaches, the police and the ambulances and all that, there's no way he went up Boston Street. The car was pointing down. There's no way he went up Boston Street. And even if he pulled on the wrong side of the street to park, there's no way he made it up to Hamlet. It was already blocked off. And I'm
He would
sure
have had to reverse all the way up Hamlet.
There was police cars on Hamlet as well.
There was.
Right.
I think they would have blocked off that too.
For sure.
JFK, if you see these streets, you would know that there is no way in hell that there would be, she said, at least 12 emergency vehicles. There's no way no one's going through that street.
And I just want to bring this up too. It's the second they seen
in the
this
kitchen up there in
condition this
Cambridge jail,
woman was in.
and I was with him. What?
The second they seen the condition of Janet, that whole backyard, they had a cop car there. Ain't
What's
no
going
one
on
going
with this
up
blood
that street.
situation? Because that's where the story. Okay, and so who was the neighbor? Virginia Reckley said she heard some noise. Sorry, buddy.
It was a duplex, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get to. So you lived where in this house?
On Janet's side of the house, the right side of the house, if you're looking at it.
So you lived in the basement, or you had a room?
We lived in the front room where our windows face the O'Brien's house, a guy named Tony, and Gina Mahoney.
Okay, and so who was the neighbor? Who was the person who lived in the duplex with you guys? What was her name?
Virginia Reckley, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so Virginia Reckley said she heard some noise, right? But she chalked it up to her and Paul fighting, right? Did you hear that?
Her and Paul. Paul who?
I mean, not Paul. What's her husband's name?
He wasn't there.
Janet. Well, no, she chalked it up to that it could have been a fight between them two. That's why she didn't say anything when she heard the commotion. She said she heard.
Right, but he was not there.
I understand he was not there, but she might have thought he was there. That's what she said.
No.
He's quick to say Paul wasn't there, though, guys.
Listen, why would he say Paul who? He sounds like somebody else that was bringing donuts to the house.
Why would he say Paul who? That's weird to say.
Like what? How many Pauls does he know?
It's the same situation.
It's the same situation, JFK.
Did you see the statement that she wrote?
Not the full statement.
Oh, wait, let me fast forward a little bit.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
So you're saying that you didn't know it was him off the bat or anything like that.
Not off the bat, no.
So,
I knew
but
it was him 2 or 3 days.
so why would you assume that this person was covering for Eddie if no one even thought it was Eddie? Because when she wrote that statement,
came out afterwards.
when she wrote that statement in 1995, sitting on her porch, she brought that up. She brought that
So why?
She brought that up. Did she write the statement in 95 or was that after? Because I want to be fair here.
She rewrote the statement.
Okay. Like she rewrote it in 99, right? Before the trial, I think.
No,
I'm sorry?
I was wrong.
Did she
on that.
rewrite the statement in 99, bringing you all in it about how you walked up the street with the wet hair and you told her?
No.
No. She said that from the jump.
I can't remember. I don't know exactly when she said that.
Yeah, she said that in
but she said
95.
it.
Because here's my thing. If she said that within 48 hours of the murder, she wouldn't have knew it was Eddie. So
Right.
she wouldn't be covering for him. So she would just say, why would she throw you in the mix? There would be no reason to throw you in the mix. Because you're saying it's a clicky thing.
I didn't. It is. They were friends with the O'Briens. They were trying
But
to
if
capture
nobody,
Duffman
here's my
Shirley's
point
mind.
though, if she wrote a statement within 48 hours saying that.
She didn't write it within 48 hours.
Well, I'm asking you when. Do you know when?
I don't know when she exactly wrote it.
All right. Another question I got for you. Wasn't the statement dated? So I think Regina wrote a statement saying that you said that if the house, who said if the house, if something bad happened to her, that you told them that Janet said that she wants the house to go to you.
No,
and
that's
take
a
care of
bunch
her
of
kids.
bullshit.
Who said that though?
No,
Who said that? Who said that?
I have no clue where that's coming from.
Someone said that. Who said that? Let me see. Who said that? I got it
Virginia
right here.
Reckley
Hold
said
on.
that.
Yeah, take the keys to my car. If anything was to happen,
Christine's going to you. Tell her I love her 'cause I haven't talked to her.
Who wrote that? I got that right here. So, Gina Mahoney said it.
Gina Mahoney.
I got a question.
She told him that if anything ever happened to her, she wanted him and his sister to have the car and to move back into the house to raise her.
No.
And where's that date on that?
Dude, that's a straight up lie. I'm telling you right now.
And this is a handwritten statement too.
I don't care what it is.
No,
I'm
I'm
not yelling at you, dude.
No, I get it, brother. I get it. No, I'm just telling you. I mean, this is what we were reading when we were going through it. We were like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
it's a bunch of lies.
Wow, man.
Now, I mean, so Artie, if you were frequent at that,
We'll add something in. I'm going to back up a minute.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
Say whatever you want, man.
If Virginia Reckley had the same thing to say, okay, she heard the noise, but when Erin, Janet's daughter, went into the house, and she denied to Erin's face that she heard anything.
Mm.
So, who's lying there? I don't know.
So Ed, so if Ed makes a statement that somebody
said I could have used the garden hose. People are fucking whack.
Listen, this is the internet. People just are crazy, and I'm sure you already know, Artie.
Well, Artie, I got a question for you, Artie. I mean, if Ed said that somebody,
Eddie O'Brien commented, if you want to hear the truth, talk to him.
Go ahead, ask the question, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, if Eddie O'Brien Jr. is saying that somebody had touched his shoulder and made a statement that if you say anything, I'll murder you and your family. Who else could be inside that house? Was there any frequent flyers? Were there any people that?
Yeah, the only person you can ask that question to is Eddie, because I know nothing about it.
So what about?
What I'm saying is like
nobody else came in that house but family.
Okay, so you can justify that nobody else would be, stopping by for a visit, stopping by to smoke a bone, nothing like that.
So who's Virginia Reckley? Who's Virginia Reckley? Who's that?
She was Janet's tenant at the time.
So she lived in the house.
She lived on the left side of the duplex.
So Janet owned this duplex.
Yep.
So I remember thinking that he was really not in any rush, not like he was responding to 911, the emergency situation. She's talking about the cop. The cop pulled up. So she was there when the cops rolled up, right? And then
I don't know. Was she?
Yeah, she was there. And she said she told the cop to go in the house, and the cop was like being a dick. And then the cops went in there, and he kind of got upset because in her statement, she said she didn't see any blood in the kitchen. But when downstairs, there was a whole bunch of blood. Yeah. So at one,
so she must have went up to the basement.
He said
into Janet's kitchen.
Let me. I just want to say what she said about you, so you get an idea of what they're saying about you. Let me see.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just trying to find it. I'm sorry. Just bear with me, man.
Go ahead.
So after Janet was taken in the ambulance, I saw Artie again. Let me back it up. I remember thinking that he was really not in any rush, not like Red crying. After that, let me see when she seen you first. So this is November 30th, 1999. Right? Within seconds, after that, I didn't hear any conversation. When he go inside, he walked slowly and deliberately. Okay, so here's the thing. She's saying that you was there. She's saying Virginia Reckley, is that her name? She's saying you was there before she got taken out the house. You're saying no, that's 100% false.
Absolutely not.
All right,
she was not there.
This is what she says. She says to the cop, I remember thinking that he's really not in any rush, not like he was responding to any 911 emergency situation. She's being snarky. Ryan was a wreck, crying and shaking. I thought by my response that the officer would start rushing into the house. I repeatedly told him that he needed to get inside, but he just acted fresh and like a smart mouth. Just hear me out for a second. No, this is not Gina. This is Virginia. That's her name.
No, go ahead.
Right?
No, right.
She goes, when he did go inside, the cop, he walked slowly and deliberately as if swaggering. After that, I did not hear any conversation coming from inside the house. Within seconds of her telling that cop to walk in the house, right, and go see what the fuck is going on, I saw Artie Ortiz walking around the yard and saying that he lost his keys in the grass.
She's lying.
Can I just finish, please?
Go ahead.
Then he went over to the Mahonies. So did you see her? Did you see Virginia before you seen Gina?
I did not see Regina at all that night.
So wait a minute. So is Virginia's Regina?
No, Gina is a different person.
Yeah, but who's Virginia? She lives in the house, right?
Virginia was the neighbor next door. I did not see her at all.
Who's the one? No, who's the one that lives in the house? You're saying? What's her name?
Regina Reckley.
Is that the one that I'm reading? I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me. Yeah, Virginia Reckley. This was
Virginia. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, Virginia. Yeah, Virginia Reckley. This is Friday, November 26, 1999. So she's part of the clique?
I would think she is if she's changing her story.
All right, so she's saying she told the cop, they hit 911. The cop pulls up, like, what's going on here? He's being a clown, right? And she's
oh my God.
Well, that's what she said. You know what I mean? Like, so she's saying the cop seemed unconcerned. I told him that he needed to go inside, and he repeated his question with a smug look on his face. Right now,
whatever she said to him, I don't know what she said to him.
So listen, now the cop goes inside the house, right, Artie? He walks slowly, and this is her words. He walks slowly and deliberately as if swaggering, meaning like he didn't really give a fuck what was going on. After that, I did not hear any conversation coming from inside the house. So now he goes in there, and obviously he sees the worst thing ever.
Right.
Within seconds, though, seconds, I saw Artie Ortiz walking around the yard and saying that he lost his keys in the grass. Then he went over to the Mahonies. After Janet was taken,
lying.
Okay. After
she's lying.
Now,
I'm going to cut you off right there. She's lying.
And that's fine, Artie. I just want you to hear this last part. After Janet was taken in the ambulance, I saw Artie again. He continued talking about his keys being lost. Then he looked at me and said, she didn't make it. I don't know how he knew that because the ambulance had just left and didn't even have time to get to the hospital. He wasn't even in Janet's house. He wasn't even in Janet's house or around the cops. He had spent all the time across the street at the Mahoney's smoking pot. Then he began complaining about his missing keys again. At first, he never said.
Complaining about I lost the key because I knew how much of a prick those people are as a company.
He never said why he happened to be at Janet so soon, but later he said that he heard it on his cab radio from the cab company. Much later, when I was questioned at the district attorney's office, they asked me about the blood that was plastered everywhere. I initially had gone into Janet's house. They got angry. So basically, they were saying that the blood was everywhere. She got in a little rift. But she's saying that when she told the cop to come in, you popped up out of nowhere and you was in the front yard looking for your keys.
No.
So did you see, let me ask you this. Did you see Virginia before you seen Gina?
I did not see Virginia that night.
You never seen her?
No, I saw her husband standing in the yard, but I never.
So you're saying she made this whole? You're saying she made this whole shit up
about me? Yes, I am saying that.
Wow. Okay. That's deep.
That is deep.
Now, why would she make this up? Did you do anything to Virginia? I don't know, brother. I don't know. I mean, this sucks for you. I mean, that's fucking horrible.
Is the one that started the key thing, so she's talking to neighbors. Blah 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 blah.
Started the key thing.
So you think? But she was. How long did Janet live there? I mean, how long did Virginia live there at the time? Was she there a long time? In the house, Janet's house. How long did she live there? About?
Let me put it this way.
Tenant?
She was there for the time me and my wife were there. I do not know when she moved out.
How long was she? So she's been there for a while. So she's part of the clique. You're saying?
Oh, so nice thing. They're still going at it. There's no blood on the hilt of the knife or Janet's fingernails. That's all they got to say. That's the evidence they think is me.
So Janet, you never seen Virginia at all that night, at all.
Not at all that night. No, I did not.
What if someone says that they were in the presence of you in Virginia at that time?
Well, let them say it. Bring it forward.
But what if they did, though? What would you say?
I'd say it's another lie.
But what if it ain't someone that's part of the clique?
It doesn't matter. It's a lie, dude.
All right. I'm just asking, brother. You want to say something, Kevy Kev? Make it count, Kev.
I mean, you've lived this. I mean, has this affected you since that day? I mean, on a daily basis?
Yes, it has.
I mean,
it has.
It's been 30 years. Here we are talking about it again.
I don't know about a daily basis, but I think of it very often.
Yeah.
When he has nightmares about it.
Have you been shamed over this?
I'll be talking about it until the day I'm gone. Am I shamed?
No, I said, have you been shamed? Like, I mean, do people, turn away from you?
Have you been?
So that means if Virginia says, right? Virginia says that night, prior to the time that Janet Downey kicked Artie Ortiz out of her house, the only person she seemed afraid of was her former husband, Paul, right? At the time, she never spoke any fear of Artie Ortiz. This is what she said.
I've never known her to be afraid of Paul.
Well, this is what she said. She never spoke of any fear of Artie Ortiz. Only that she didn't like him. When Artie was living at Janet's, I remember knowing that he had worked at the hood plant. Did you work at the hood plant?
I did, yeah.
Before Janet kicked Artie out of the house, she used to come to my house through the cellar. She would bring a cup of coffee with her and usually stay an hour or so. She did not always talk. Sometimes she just seemed uncomfortable to be in her own house. Sometimes she would allude.
It's one way to get your question out there. What the duck? Thank you, What the Duck. I appreciate you, girl. 911 call at 9:55. First responders at 9:57. First officer at 10. Someone calls Carol. Carol calls dispatch. Dispatch calls Artie. Artie's get to Peter Pan to call Carol. 10-minute drive to Janet's. Artie's looking for the key at 10:30. No way that's doable. Bingo.
The time frame don't add up.
Bingo.
Thank you. Artie's using and dealing drugs and not wanting any of it around her kids. After
Dude, I'll be the first to admit I smoke weed. I've never touched a single thing in my life.
Listen, I want to say something.
Janet said that she knew she had that you've been there because she would either hear it from the kids or she would find things out of place. On one occasion, she
That's
had
a lie. Don't bring the kids into this.
No. That's in the. I'm just reading the report, bro.
But
Right.
they're lying, dude.
Yeah, and no, I'm just letting you know. Now she talks about and forgive me, bro. I'm not trying to bring the kids in it. A bottle of windshield washer fluid had been poured out in the front passenger seat, and an empty bottle had been placed on the front passenger side floor. Another time, she showed me a plastic bag which was hung from a beam in the cellar. Now you were there for this, right? The bag was filled with cat litter and cat stools. Who the fuck
It
did
actually
that?
wasn't a bag. It was that something cloth they call it.
So keep in mind, right? This really happened.
He's confirming it.
He's confirming that the cat shit happened. So, and he said he lived there at the time, and he confirmed that crazy shit happened. So that story is absolutely true.
And like, what did you say when you seen this shit?
I didn't say anything. I was just like, we don't know what's going on. Cal had her conversations with Janet in private. Didn't always know what they were talking about.
But you seen this bag filled with cat litter and cat stools, and you didn't think nothing of it?
See it. I heard about it.
Listen. Hey, if this dude's going in and out of that basement, right? And just say he's got his shit stashed in a refrigerator down there, all right? You think he's gonna be okay with knowing that someone's in that basement where he keeps his shit? You understand what I'm saying?
I do. That's a great point, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be cool with that. I'd be thinking somebody's in there snooping around and shit. Like, you don't know who's fucking with me, you know? My shit, my bag over there is gonna start smelling like cat shit. How can I get rid of all that?
Crazy that he said that happened.
No.
That didn't strike you like, what the fuck? Man, that's some like Michael Myers
Oh no,
shit,
it's
right?
fucking weird. It's fucking weird.
On the night of the incident, she says she remembers seeing Paul Downing go by my window and into his house. I knew he was there alone with his mother. Right? At exactly 8:15. Go ahead.
He went in there. He went in there to change his rollerblades to go out with Eddie's sister Jeannie.
All right. At exactly 8:15 p.m., I heard loud thumps going from the top.
That's not what happened.
No,
to
that's
the
right.
bottom of the cellar stairs.
Brilliant,
I
tell ya.
assume they were fighting, as they always did. I am positive of the
No,
time.
they didn't always fight. No.
Right? Then I had said
It's a
before,
lie.
I try to wash dishes.
Why would you back him up though? Why would you say that when people know that he was fighting with his moms?
Yeah, can I read? Can I read
And I had
something?
no water pressure. That always happened if Janet was running.
What's up, brother?
No, man, I got a little something to add to that.
Go ahead.
Hold on, man. I got a little something to add to that. He's saying that now let's look. Artie just said, he don't fight with his mother, right? So you know me. I've been taking some deep dives and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got a statement from Joseph Cameron. Now, Joseph Cameron is the brother of Michelle Cameron that Jeannie went to Revere Beach with. Her brother was in the car when they gave Paul a ride to the hospital. So Joseph Cameron said in his statement.
Yo. No, my bad. Go ahead.
He said he and Paul's stepmother took him to the hospital. And while driving there, he didn't say anything. But at the hospital, he said, "Ma, I'm sorry for fighting with you." Then he said, "I don't think I locked the front door." Let me read that again. Joseph Cameron, the brother of Michelle Cameron, he stated, he and Paul's stepmother took him to the hospital.
Who's Paul's stepmother, though? Oh, the father's new wife, right?
Exactly. Took him to the hospital. And while driving there, he didn't say anything. But at the hospital, he said, "Ma, I'm sorry for fighting with you." Then he said, "I don't think I locked the front door." Now, that statement right there got me bugged out.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely fought with his mother.
In any water. And you're
No,
saying
it did not.
But you're saying
I've
that's
never
but you said that's because Eddie was washing himself in the sink?
Yep, that's what I believe. Yep.
At 8:15.
I don't know at 8:15. 8:15, Paul went to the house and he went down the stairs on his rollerblades. Okay, that's the noise she heard.
The noise she heard you, Artie.
But then she denied it to Paul's sister that she heard nothing.
So let me ask you this. At about 9:50 p.m., she saw Eddie O'Brien Sr. run by the window. Barry and I ran outside. Who's Barry? Your husband?
Her husband.
He followed Ed into Janet's. Barry ran past me. I'm reading all this just to let you know, Artie. When I went
Ryan had the
when I went
rollerblades, not
inside,
Paul.
I saw Janet on the floor. There was a small amount of blood around the back of her head. There was no blood anywhere else in the room. I realized that I was stepping on two pitches that they were face down and side by side. No broken glass. They were laying there. There was no blood around the pitches or anywhere else in the area. Ryan Downing.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
All right. Hey, there was?
It's all in the record.
All right. So this is why she got in a little riff with the police.
all in the record.
But this is what she's saying.
I was just going to say that. He threw that all in
Ryan
the record in
Downing,
there.
who's that? That's her son?
Paul and Ryan were twins.
Okay.
So you know
now,
the
how old are
difference.
they now, if you don't mind me asking? They're older, right? They're going to be in their 30s, right?
Yeah, in their 40s, buddy.
early
Do your
40s.
math. Your
Wow.
math
And you're still
is
friends
off.
with them?
My math is
Yeah, I
off.
talk to them all the time.
Okay.
That's how
All
much
right.
time went
So
by.
that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, bro.
And I had the kids about 8 years ago write me a letter stating how things were with me and Janet in the house.
Why'd you do that though? Just in case they came for you, or just to
No,
have?
I read it on True Crime. I read it on True Crime Garage because I wanted these people to know. I wanted these people to know that these kids don't believe it's me.
But if they, so how old were they at the time? They were teenagers, right?
Ryan and Paul were 15. Aaron was about 17, and Carrie Ann was probably maybe 20.
Okay. Now here's the deal. Ryan Downing came into the foyer wearing rollerblades, and I grabbed him and turned him right around. I then took him out onto the steps to remove his rollerblades.
He doesn't correct
At
me.
the time, the first police officer arrived. He parked his cruiser with
That's a lie.
the rear extended
That's a
onto
lie.
Hamlet Street. So
That's a lie.
didn't you say that you talked to Ryan in the police car? Didn't you say you went over to the police car on True Crime Garage?
I did speak to Ryan in the police car. And Ryan was the one that found her, not Eddie, not Barry. Ryan was the one, because then he ran over.
So
to
what
the
if Ryan?
O'Brien's house
What
and
if
said,
Ryan says that he's seen?
Yeah, but he didn't correct me. He didn't correct me and say Ryan. So I said Ryan had rollerblades. So they both had rollerblades on. You saying Paul had the rollerblade? Well, Paul got to have rollerblades on, right? Because that's the noise that he heard, right? Like he doesn't want that. He's covering his tracks. Like he's making shit up. He wants the rollerblades to be there, so the noise that you heard.
And
it
how the
can't be him.
fucking Ryan run?
But what I'm thinking is he's off on his time because if Paul was there at 8:15, he didn't have rollerblades on, so it has to be after Paul left. That bumping. It could have been 8:30 because that woman said between 8:15 and 8:30.
Yeah, but Paul, what he called didn't say he had rollerblades on when he got in the whip.
Right, Paul didn't, but this is my whole theory. No one knows when Ryan actually got into that house. He could have got there right after Paul got there. I mean, after Paul left.
Okay.
You that night. I mean, he's seen you with.
He ain't gonna say
Well, no,
it.
what I'm saying is, if he said he's seen you and Janet was there, then you're lying, right? I mean, because Janet's saying
I'm
she was
not
there.
lying.
No, but I'm saying you're saying you never seen Janet, right? I mean, not Janet. I keep saying Janet. God bless
Virginia.
Janet. R.I.P.
Virginia.
Janet. Virginia. R.I.P. Janet Downing. I'm sorry, people.
He slips
Virginia's
up right
saying
there.
you're saying you never seen Virginia. Virginia's saying she was there the whole time. So you guys would have to bump into each other if you seen him in the police car. Virginia was there.
A lot of my time that night was spent on Gina's porch.
And you never seen Virginia.
I did not see her.
So if Ryan
My
said,
focus wasn't. One second. My focus wasn't looking for anybody else but my family, and that was Ryan in the police car.
and what? So you went over to Ryan in the police car,
Yes, I did.
and what was that like?
It was horrifying to see my nephew. He had the look of the worst terror in his face.
Did you hear him? To see my nephew beat,
It
and
was
then
just horrifying.
Let me see.
I'm sorry, man. Not like
It was horrifying to see my nephew. He had the look of the worst
You heard
terror
him?
in his face.
And what was that like?
It was horrifying to see my nephew. He had the look of the worst.
sounds
terror
like he was
in
going
his
to say
face
beat.
That
Yeah,
it was
did.
just horrifying.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
And then that's when I went to Gina's porch. Never talked to the Reckleys. I don't know. I don't know why they even bringing my name into this to begin with. Because there's nothing there in the eyes of the law. There is nothing there.
Tell him, JFK. Talk to him.
Well, what about public perception?
I don't care about public perception. I really don't. I don't care what these people think.
Obviously, you do.
I really don't care what they think.
That's a fucking lie.
Wow. I'll tell you this, man. You got a lot of balls, man, coming on here, and I really appreciate that. And
No, I'm speaking the truth. I
no,
ain't
you're
fucking hiding
speaking.
nothing.
No, and I appreciate that, man. And like I said, I mean, there's a lot of. Don't get it wrong. We're gonna get into the inconsistencies of Eddie O'Brien too. We're not just gonna.
In fact,
we're not just gonna
the
let
day-
him slide with his inconsistencies. There's a lot of inconsistencies with him.
The day Eddie O'Brien was convicted, His father was on video saying it was me.
The day Eddie was convicted, he was convicted out of Cambridge Superior, correct?
October 1st, 1997. Correct. Yeah, over there on 3rd Street.
3rd Street. Yep, good old 3rd Street. And he said it on camera that you did it.
Yep. And if anybody can, and then his wife yelled out, if anybody can't see that Artie did it, they're blind.
Yep. We got that footage.
She was right.
This was on court.
Did you have any relationship with Eddie at all? Was Eddie afraid of you? Was you known in the neighborhood as Big Bad Artie? Like, you know, you said you played hockey. Was you a tough, like, what was you like at 30? What was your reputation like, if you don't mind me asking?
I was a working man. I was a working man, and my reputation was good up until this point.
You never got in no trouble, nothing?
No, never been arrested.
That's awesome, man.
Well, that's going to change real soon.
No,
buddy.
I saw my brother in the can. I didn't want to see myself.
He tried to sue the
That's
O'Briens
awesome,
for defamation too.
Good for you.
Yeah.
And so who do you think concocted this story? Now you're talking about Eddie Sr. Let's talk about him for a second. Now, do you think that Eddie Jr. would like put this story together? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, he's a young dude. Like
from the beginning, he's done nothing but lies. So I don't know what story I could believe from him at all.
I mean, like, what type? Was he an intelligent kid? I mean, is he an intelligent dude, Eddie? Like, at 15, was he like? Did he have the know-how to be like, you know what I'm trying to say? Or was it the adults who were trying to put this together, the clique that you speak of?
In my personal opinion, seeing him with all the kids that they hung with, he was very timid.
I got a great question. Did you go to Janet's house a lot when she wasn't home?
Absolutely, because she said I could use the bathroom while I was driving the cab.
Well, if you lived there and you never got kicked out, right?
Right.
You could do that.
Yeah, right, exactly. I never got kicked out. Like I said, we got our apartment. That's why we moved out.
Why would you stop there to use the bathroom, though?
While you're driving in a cab, you got to go piss, and if you know you got in your head, you got to need some. Take a piss. What else?
You got in your head
cab
what?
stands, though, they
What
don't
did he
like
say?
you usually buy a bathroom, right? Like at Assembly Square Mall, they got the bathroom. If you're at a Dunks, they had the cab stand. Did you always sit? Where did 42 sit? Where was the cab stand that you would you stay at Sullivan? Like, where would you be at?
I played the whole city.
You played the whole city, huh?
Yes, all the cab stands I played. I didn't have one particular stand that I liked. I just did them all.
But every time you had to take a piss, you would slide over there to fucking let it go?
No. If I was in the area, I wouldn't come from Teal Square to Janet's house to take a piss. No. Only when I was close by.
Okay.
I even drove an ice cream truck and stopped by there a lot to give the neighborhood kids, free ice cream.
That's when you worked at Hood, right? Right there in right there.
No,
in
that
Somerville.
was why I was working at Hood. I worked for somebody that owned his own ice cream truck.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hood had their own ice cream trucks, though, right?
Yeah, they did, but they only did big deliveries.
Yeah, you used to see them in the back in the yard over there.
Yeah, they had that big warehouse in the back down there.
Yeah. So you worked for Green Cab. You went to Peter Pan. So how did you get the phone call, though? There's no phones in the fucking car. The dispatcher said your wife called over the radio. They told you over the radio.
Here we go. The dispatcher said 42 come in. I said, "What's up, buddy?" And he says, "You need to call your wife right now." I hung up. I hit the payphone.
Wait, do
My
you
wife
remember
said,
where
"Get
you
to
do?
Janet.
Do you
Something
remember where you
happened."
stopped for the payphone?
Peter Pan bus station that used to be there.
Where in where? South Station?
Yeah, it used to be right in the middle of South Station when you come out of the tunnel. Across from the big station.
Yeah. And then you just jump back on 93, put the pedal to the floor.
I jumped on 92. Yeah, I can't say how fast I was going, but I went 93 and I got off at The old, not the old, it's still there.
Yeah, still there. The exit right there.
Way, Somerville exit.
And you was never blocked in. And so why did you think, how did you drop your key there, though? How did that happen?
Honestly, to this day, I have no clue what happened to my key.
So you got out the cab and you walked up to the house, right? First?
Right. Yeah.
And you didn't see Virginia. And
Nope.
did you see Ed Sr.?
Nope.
Didn't see Ed Sr.
But you seen Ryan. In
How
the
could
police
you?
car.
How could you miss Ed Sr.?
I seen Ryan in the police car.
For real.
But you didn't see Big Ed or Virginia.
No.
Then you walked across the street to talk to Gina.
Right.
And when did you realize that your fucking key was gone?
When I went to leave.
So did you check Gina's house? Did you flip her house upside down?
That was a good question. I always wondered if they found it in there. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it is. But I don't know where I lost it.
But they said that
Yeah, but Danny said you did check her room for the key.
Yeah, he ran back up. He asked to go back up by himself.
Yeah.
Do you admit that you was in the grass looking for it though, in front of that house?
No, I don't admit that.
No, I'm saying
That's a
where
bunch
was
of
you looking?
bullshit.
I'm saying where were you looking for it?
I looked on the grounds, on the street.
So they said you went across the street and said something as you walked up to, is it Virginia?
I did not cross the yellow tape at all to look for the glasses. I'm sorry.
The glasses.
Oh, the glasses?
You dropped
your
glasses?
That's big, right?
No. I meant to say the keys.
Yeah, the glasses.
Or the key.
Or the key.
No glasses. No glasses.
But when you walked across the street, did you mention to them that you lost your keys?
I didn't mention it to anybody.
That's a lie.
Until I was getting ready to leave. I was like, oh, fuck, my key's gone. I don't know where it is.
Wait a minute, that's a big lie right there.
He just had to cover up on his lie right there.
Because he asked to go upstairs and look inside the third floor.
So you went across the street before you leave. You didn't tell anybody about your key prior to that, but everybody's saying that you were saying. So the whole night you didn't know your key was gone. So the cop's lying. The cop said that he found your key. So obviously the time is everything. You're saying that the question is, why didn't you leave? Why wasn't you trying to leave earlier? So if you left, if it went down, say 10:30, you got there. Why wasn't you trying to leave once the ambulance left, or once you found out she was dead, or you found out it was bad and your wife was going to the hospital? Why'd you hang around there? So you probably didn't try to get out of there until about 11:30. So you stuck around there till 11:30, right? And then you realized your key was gone, and that made you stay until 1 a.m. Right? So why wouldn't you try to get out of there right off the bat? Once you pulled up and you realized it was bad, right? There's nothing, and then you talk to Ryan, you see him in the police car. Why ain't you trying to go where your wife's at? And then you would have realized your key was gone, and then you know what I mean? You would have knew right off the rip. But you're saying that you didn't know, so you hung around there You volunteered to hang around there. You just hung around there, just hanging out. You were just chilling, knowing that Janet just got murdered. You were just hanging out. And then you said, okay, it's 12 o'clock. I'm getting out of here. Then you realize your key's gone. So Virginia Reckley's lying. The cop's lying. Everybody's lying. But if that report's off, if that report was accurate, which is probably an hour off, right? A couple hours off.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. You know?
I'm pretty sure Gina said that the cop's watch was off 20 minutes.
Yeah,
he was hanging out smoking weed. He's saying he didn't realize his key was gone until he was leaving. So he stuck around for an hour. But in the first 10 minutes, Danny said when she pulled up to the scene, she knew that she got stabbed.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
So Danny knows that. So now you know that, Artie. If you just pulled up, now you know she got stabbed. Why ain't you getting out of there? You said you pulled up easy. Why can't you just pull away? Right. But so then
He could have did a 3-point turn and left if he wanted to.
Exactly. But my point is, that you would have found out right then and there your key was gone.
Right.
You're saying that you didn't know your key was gone until you was about to leave. So that means you sat around and smoked weed with a 17-year-old after finding out Janet was stabbed.
Yeah, but listen to this too. If he got there at 10 and he said he went in 4 hours later, that would be 2 o'clock. He said 4 or 5 hours later, and that
Exactly.
photography people came around 3:30 or something, right?
3:30.
Exactly. So when was he trying to leave?
Exactly my point. So like his stories just don't add up.
And then if the car was easy to go down the back turn, why didn't he just call the tow truck and the tow truck just come up the street and just tow him and get him the fuck out of there? And then why not just leave the car? Because it's only 2 miles to Green Cab. It's only 2 miles down the block. Why not just leave the car and jump in the cab and get out of there and go see your wife at the hospital?
Yeah, but remember Billy said yesterday the cop started his car and gave him his keys.
That's what he says. We got to find that out.
And they just put this story together that you was out in front of the house looking for it.
Correct.
Okay.
And they did that
Absolutely correct.
they're clicked up with Eddie O'Brien and all them, right? Like
Correct.
so you're saying that they would rather Eddie get away with murder, stabbing someone over 100 times, 37 of it. There was 37 in her neck area, right? Correct?
66 stab wounds, 32 slash wounds.
God damn, man.
You know your math,
R.I.P.
buddy.
Janet, man.
To the point.
R.I.P. Janet Downing.
You
This is
remember that shit,
horrible.
no
And I just
problem.
want to be clear on the channel. I'm just saying something to my channel real quick. Artie, just give me a second.
And somebody's asking what evidence there is against Eddie. It's called the court of law.
Oh, the court of law.
Well, there was blood found on his ankle, no? Of hers?
On his shin that belonged to her, yes.
So why don't you get into that? What was can you elaborate what evidence they had on him? Because I know the evidence. Like I said, we've been going over this case, and I knew about this case for years. But can you tell us the shit that puts him right there in that? Like can you tell the chat to the people what makes
His DNA, his fingerprints and blood.
Bingo.
I mean, what else is there to say?
All right. And where was the fingerprints and blood? I mean, I just hearing it from you is probably stronger than me.
I know they found one on a doorknob.
Oh, the
This is
doorknob.
through court's records. That's how I know.
Through the court's records. That's how I know.
Well, if they found it on a doorknob,
Through the court's records. That's how I know. Or do you know that you told him to shut the fucking door?
he
was going to
most
kill his
likely they
family.
found yours on the doorknob too.
And the bloody print, the bloody print was found down in the basement. What was that?
What I was saying is that, I mean, you frequently went there to use the bathroom. So did they find your fingerprints on the doorknob?
Right. That's a great question, Kevy Kev. Kevy Kev's on point with this shit.
Yeah, he is.
Apparently not. I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah.
Really?
They never came to me.
Yeah.
You know, Miss 808 says you don't remember a lot of things, but you remember that you had AC blasting.
That's right, Miss 808.
God
Yeah,
damn,
okay.
Miss 808.
Let me ask her what she remembers from 30 years ago.
Well, you remember how many stab wounds there were. I'll tell you that.
What do
No
you
problem.
remember, Miss 808, from 30 years ago? Artie got a question.
Damn. Artie got a question.
What does she remember?
He got so mad.
Lisa McDonald said Aries K had no AC.
Yo,
I don't know if that's like a joke or something. But EPAG says, how does he know who was there? I don't know the context of that, so we'll just washing off in the sink and a neighbor's hose. Was the blood tested? I'm sorry, I'm reading out loud. I'm trying to get the right questions for you, Artie. Where there's blood on the hose where Eddie would have to grab it. So what about this hose? I don't even know. I don't even know. Can you elaborate on this hose situation?
The hose was in a neighbor's yard. The hose was in a neighbor's yard down the street behind the old Highland Cuisine.
And so someone said they seen him washing with a hose.
No, the guy testified in court that he did.
Really? See,
Correct.
that's big right there. See, I never do that.
No.
So where's it? How far was that from Janet's house, from your old house?
I don't know, several hundred feet. Several hundred feet down the street.
So what? He jumped the fence and he seen him with the hose washing himself down.
The neighbor seen him with the hose.
I wanted to ask him. I mean, how were these yards set up? I mean, were the kids normally jumping fences? I mean, I know I did back then at that age.
That's a great question.
I don't know if they normally hook fences, but it was a close-knit neighborhood.
Yeah,
I don't know if they jump fences or not.
Yeah,
Becky G says, would he be willing to give them DNA to test against what they found under Janet's nails? Now?
They already have my DNA.
They already have his DNA. Becky, you took the test? They wiped it around your mouth and all that?
Yeah, they took my blood. They took my fingerprints. In fact, the FBI came to my house with fingerprints.
Oh, did they? The FBI, huh? Holy
Yeah,
shit.
but he didn't say they swabbed them.
What were they doing? What the fuck did the FBI pop up for? The feds rolled up? Why did they come?
I don't know why they came. I just gave my prints.
When was
they
this?
Took my son's prints and gave them to me.
When the
to have.
When the feds pop up, was that like early on, or was that like a couple of years after?
It was early on. They came to my house and took my fingerprints.
Really?
Okay.
Like I said, I was at the police station the day after talking to the police.
Of course you was.
Someone, Jay Brilliant asked, you talked to Jay. Jay said, how did he lose his keys in the backyard if there was yellow tape when you got there? You said there was yellow tape when you rolled up,
I never
right?
made it to the backyard. I never went back there.
Why not?
That's all a lie.
He was parked right there.
That's all a lie, man. I'm tired.
Okay. Listen, man, listen. First things first, Artie, you're here and that's great. And that says a whole lot. Just you being present in the moment right now, you don't have to answer these questions. We're nobodies. And I appreciate it, my man. I really do. And I'm not trying to set you up or try to trick you up. I'm just trying to get an understanding on why they're saying it could be you. Now, you just said the hose. You said the DNA. Yeah. So someone else asked, I think he already went over this unforgettable. So concerned about keys during a murder scene.
I was not.
He wasn't. Yeah, I think he answered that. He was trying to get out of there, man, and he doesn't got the keys. What are you gonna do? He's trying to leave. He got to leave, right? I mean, if you don't got your keys, you can't start the car unless you got a screwdriver in your back pocket. But let me ask you this: you got the car towed out of there? You never found the keys ever?
No.
Wow. What concerns me is that Artie never thought somebody else was culpable, only Eddie. Never saw Virginia that lived in the house on the night when he came in.
I never said nobody else was culpable.
Oh, you never did?
You never said that. Excuse me. Okay. All right, so Laura Pike says, if you guys are going to ask him questions, ask him some good questions. Laura Pike said, this guy is lying, is a lying fast talker. Everyone is lying but him. Blend us kiss while you... Okay. I'm not going to insult Artie. What about the trail of blood behind his car? Yeah, let's talk about that. Now, I didn't hear you really get into deep with that on the garage. They kind of cut that off. Now, you get to your car and you find out 30 feet behind you, there was a trail of blood. What the fuck was that all about?
Approximately 30 feet. That was from when Eddie jumped out of the bushes in the basement.
Right behind your car?
Yeah. Apparently, obviously, before I got there.
So he would have to park.
So when you pulled up, you didn't notice it?
So think about this for a second. He would have to park exactly where Eddie came out the bushes. Why would he do that? Why would he park
if he did
exactly
that,
in that spot, though? Like,
that don't make sense because the telephone pole where they said that Eddie jumped down was way further than the house.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Look, is this it right here?
So could have Eddie.
No, this ain't it. Hold on. Hold on a minute.
So today is November 8th.
So this is
2025.
Look. So this is where if he took the corner on Boston Street, he would have parked. So he was
So
on
today
this.
is November 8th.
He was on the left. He was on the left-hand side of the street.
Yeah, he was on the left side with the tires to the driver's tires to the curb.
Where the car's parked, right here. There's a car parked right there. But the cars are parked upwards. He was parked down. So that's the
Right,
way
he
he's
was
supposed to
facing
park.
down.
Would be
He's
the
supposed to park
backyard.
like that car. That's how
Right, but
you're
he was
supposed to
parked
park.
the other way. Down the hill.
So there's no way he could have backed up.
Right.
So he's lying.
Right.
So the question is, if he pulled up like that and he came down Boston Street and he parked on the left-hand side where the wall was, right? Because he's parked on the right side of the street. He's parked where he's supposed to park, but he's parked the wrong way.
Right.
The question is, why wouldn't he just park right there? Why'd he go all the way down to where this dude's walking? Look at how far. So he would park all the way there. So he parked exactly where Eddie jumped out the bushes, ironically. That's a coincidence, no?
But
Right
where's
where,
the telephone pole?
where's the telephone pole? You have better videos. I gotta upload them. That's where
Yeah, mine are at night, so it's kind of hard to see.
I'm trying to find the telephone pole. Hold on. See if I can see. I don't know if it's in here.
Should be able to see it.
That's the top of the street. So all these cops are there. Why wouldn't he just park right there, like, and run in? He was worried about his family. Why'd he like come in incognito? Why'd he park so down the street? He turns around. He goes back up the street.
And they said that those cement barrier, that used to be wood. It used to be like those rail trail woods.
He parked all the way down this street. Why would he
Yep.
park all the way down the street?
Maybe so she wouldn't see his car.
No, exactly. That's the reason. But you're talking about him. He's saying he just pulled up.
Right. Because he's a liar. He has to try to make himself look innocent.
That's wild, bro. So the blood was behind right where he pulled up.
No, I didn't. It was dark. I didn't see blood on the sidewalk.
You didn't walk into it? How far? Like, where was it when your car was parked?
No,
Was it
no,
in front of your car or in the back of your car?
All right, listen. I parked at the top of Hamlet Street, about 15 feet from the stop sign.
15 feet from the stop sign. Hold on.
And
bullshit.
Absolute bullshit.
15 feet from the stop sign.
That's where that post is. That other post.
Yep. That's
So
about 15, 20 feet.
Wait a minute. Where's the stop sign?
Right there where that line is, the stop line.
Right
You
there.
see it?
So he would have been parked
Post
right
to
where the
post.
other he would have post to post. He would have been
Right.
parked. That's 15 feet right there from that post
Yep.
to that post.
Yeah, I would say about 15, 20.
So he's saying that's where Eddie came out right there.
No, that's where he parked.
But
That's where he's saying he parked his car.
Okay, so it would have been
And Eddie jumped down the wall way down the street.
way down the street, like right here.
Way down.
Yeah, way down. What? Let's go. Let's take a walk. Way down.
Yep.
Let's see. So there's the first post, right? So that post to that post, that's where he parked. He's right there. That's where he parked, allegedly.
Yep.
And you're trying to tell me where he parked right there was no
Watch.
cops there.
Go backwards a little
There's
so you
no-
can see how skinny that street is.
Oh, I get it. I get it. I can see it, bro. I can see it.
No,
Yeah, I see. Yep. With the car coming down, it takes up the whole street. But the point I'm trying to make is you mean to tell me he parked right there at that stop sign? He could get to that stop sign.
that's what he's saying.
There's no way.
And her front door.
There's no way. The cops would have been everywhere, dude. They would have been on the side. We seen a cop car parked there.
That's
We
her
seen
front door right there, right, Kev?
Yeah, we
That's her
seen a
front door right
but
there.
but you seen a cop car parked there. Remember the girl sent us the video saying, "Is that the cab?" That's a cop car parked there.
Right, it was a cop car. I seen that.
It's a cop car. So I mean,
Yep.
the cop car would have been parked there.
Unless
Yes, sir.
that was a cab.
No, it wasn't. It was a cop
wasn't a
car.
cab.
You seen it in another video that we played.
Yeah, it's not a cab, bro. He didn't want his cab to be seen, bro. He parked down the street, bro. He was out there hustling shit. So he's parked right there allegedly. So like you said, look at how narrow that street is. The cops would have to
Yeah,
park
that's
on
what I
him.
was saying.
They would
That's what
have
I
to
was
park
telling you,
on-
that view.
They would have to park on Hamlet Street. They'd have to use all the street they could,
And
dude.
once they realized how brutal
He was
of a
parked. He
situation-
was parked right where that fucking car is. He was parked right where that fucking car is.
Yep, because that's
Yeah,
where the
that-
telephone pole is. You see the silver
Yep.
thing on the top of it?
Yep. That's where he came out. How the fuck do you get the stop sign of that?
He's lying, bro.
Well, he might have not been down there because he wouldn't have been blocked in.
No,
So
let me tell you something. The cops secured that whole lot from the back of her house. They realized what the hell happened. They shut that whole property down.
Yeah, true. True. They could have had a cop blocking that street at the corner, that side street there where the car was parked.
So you seen it that night. Did you tell the police?
Did I tell the police? No, because they were already there.
So you didn't tell the police there was a pile of blood right there? You didn't know whose blood it was, right?
They found it during their investigation.
When they find it? How long after?
I don't know.
Well, there's the reason why he was.
But you seen it.
Because
I
they
seen
found
it.
that blood.
How much blood was there?
That's right.
It was a trail. I mean,
Good call.
to me, it didn't look like a lot.
Was it Eddie's blood or was it Janet's blood? What do you think?
I have no clue. I have no clue.
Come off all the clothes you were
Man.
hiding in the trunk
Now,
of your car.
that's some coincidence, though. No, Artie?
Yeah, you call it what you want it.
So wait a minute. You're saying he ran out. How do you know he ran out them bushes? He went that way. Like, how do we know that?
Through court statements. Hold on, guys.
All right. That's fine, brother. Take your time.
Through court statements of Ryan's friends that testified on the stand, they seen Eddie jumping out of the bushes.
Well, they seen
4
you.
people saw him jumping out of the bushes.
Did they say anything to him? Did they say, yo, Eddie, what are you doing jumping out the fucking bushes? No one said anything to him?
The word is they did yell out stuff to him, but I don't know exactly what it is. And he just kept going.
Yeah, you kept going.
Now, Artie, what about like the Eddie's just saying a few odd things about Janet? I mean, were you aware of that? Like, maybe he might have had an attraction towards her, or did you ever see Eddie? Did you ever see Eddie with a girlfriend?
I don't know about the attraction, but I was only.
Did he seem
No, I
awkward
did not.
around her? Did Eddie seem
cut out again.
uncomfortable around?
This dude's reading all the comments.
Did he?
Did he seem uncomfortable around her? Like he might have, had an attraction?
No,
and
he
might
always
have been
wanted to help buy
embarrassed?
groceries and things like that in.
Now, that day, he actually helped with groceries, right?
He did. He did.
Now, what time did they see him jump out the bushes? Do you remember that? Like, that was like Wasn't that at a different time? Like the time was off about him jumping out the bushes. Am I wrong about that?
I don't know about the time frame, what the police put together for that. But like I said, the ambulance was gone before I got there, which means, you know, she's already gone, and the boys, I don't know where the boys were.
One of them was in the police car.
Now,
They can keep trying to blame me all they want. I mean,
what did he say?
let them keep
What did
trying.
he
I'm going
just
to keep
say there?
talking
Hold
whether
on
I
for a
sound guilty or not.
Have you talked to Eddie since then? Have you wrote him a letter? Did you talk to him on the phone?
What did he say? Hold on.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna keep
rewind.
talking whether I sound guilty or not.
Now,
They can keep trying to blame me all they want. I mean, let them keep trying. I'm going to keep talking whether I sound guilty or not.
Have you talked to Eddie since then? Have you wrote him a letter? Did you talk to him on the phone?
I
You got
have
that?
no reason to call that.
And
You
what
know,
do you feel about Eddie right now? What's your feelings on this kid?
He's just a scumbag murderer that needs to die in jail.
Ooh,
fair.
That's quick.
Now, can you answer me this? In the relation to where your car was parked.
I mean, I got to admit, I mean, my son's his age.
Your son that passed.
What about the car?
My question was,
I got my son's a year or two younger than Eddie is. And, you know, and if that was my son, I wouldn't know what the hell I would do. But to be going blaming somebody else, no, you picked the wrong person to play with.
You picked the wrong
my
people to
mind
lie
everywhere
to.
I see my name mentioned.
We can respect that. So maybe you can relate the question to him, JFK.
So let me ask you this: how's Carol doing? Her sister. How's she been since this has happened? Losing her sister.
She's had it hard. We went through a divorce, and we still talk about it every now and then. What things would have been like. We're talkable.
Absolutely, bro.
She's
That's your business.
She's not in the best of health.
Oh, she's not in the best. I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
No, we found there's some personal stuff we found out about her that.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah, I get it, brother. Life is tough, man. I just wanted to know how she took it throughout the years, losing her sister, and then, like, what was her reaction when they were pointing at you, saying, like, she must have been totally fucking off her rocker about that.
She was dumbfounded, just like I am to this day.
Well, she should be
They
kind
just don't want to believe you're saying that Eddie did this, even 30 years later.
Yeah, they don't want to believe Eddie is guilty.
Exactly. So there was another rumor. There was another rumor. Go ahead.
Guys,
Go ahead.
I apologize.
Go ahead, brother.
Original Joe is asking, how do they have his DNA?
Oh, you're right.
Asking you that. How do you have your DNA? They're asking.
Yeah.
Be clear, poor Irish face. It's quite a coincidence a 15-year-old the size of an NFL tackle got jumped on the night of the murder. You're right. I mean, that's a hurdle. That's a huge hurdle. And we're not saying Artie did it. We're poking jokes. We don't know if Artie did it. We don't know. But we do know he lied about cats. And there was cat hair. The same way now you got to add it up to compare it to Eddie's lie 30 years ago. But Eddie I haven't heard Eddie lie or say anything different than he said 30 years ago. This dude's story lied. He said kitten and cats. I don't know why he would say that. That's a huge thing, no?
Big time. Big time. Dude stumbling, man.
You never got questioned the way you questioned him. That's what it comes down to. He's getting caught up.
you have any relationship with Eddie at all? Was Eddie
Trying to find the pot.
just stuck out because he's a big dude, right?
Trying to find the pot, he said. I don't know what pot it is when he said he went in the house.
No, he said something happened at Janet's house.
Okay, what was the
Well, where is fake crying?
with the police? Like, especially back then, were they pushing you out the way, get the fuck out of here? What was that all
No,
about?
nothing. It was just he calmly said you can't go in. You can't go in there. Your nephew Ryan's in the police car.
And what did you do after that?
I went over to Gina Mahoney's porch, and I asked her what happened. I went over to Gina Mahoney's porch.
Oh, double
we
up.
talked, and she said Janet was taken out in an ambulance. And what she neglects to say in anything is that she let me. If Janet is saying I was petrified of me, right? Wouldn't that make her?
That's a good point.
Being me petrified of her daughters?
What do you mean, Janet's daughters?
No. Gina's daughters.
True.
Why would Gina let me go in the house the night of the crime to smoke a joint with her daughters?
How old were their daughters back then? I'm just trying to get an idea of the age. And if you don't want to say it, you don't have to. I'm just trying to understand. How old was you back then? How old was you? Because this is 30 fucking years ago.
I was. No, I get it. I was 34. I was 30 going on 31.
Wow. The good old days, huh, Artie?
Yeah, I wish it was.
So you go inside the house and you smoke a joint. But she's saying that, but at the time she was saying that Janet was kind of going crazy. I mean, at this point, nobody knew what really happened to Janet, right? I mean, what Janet was saying that you were doing all these crazy things. That's what she said.
If Janet had a problem with me, she would come forward to me and let me know.
Well, she said she kicked you out the house. That's letting you know, right?
Right, that's a lie.
She never booted you out.
No, she never booted me out, dude. I'm telling you the truth.
I believe you, my dude. I believe you. I'm just trying to get down to the bottom of it. So why? So now you go across. But Gina also said that you said that she didn't make it. She put that in the statement. You said she didn't make it.
I turned around and told them. After I got off the phone with my wife at the hospital that she didn't make it.
But she said she didn't leave the house yet. She said Janet's body didn't even leave the house, and you said she had a faint.
No, Janet was gone when I got there. I'll swear to that on my son's soul. May he rest in peace.
Oh, you lost your son.
That's a big statement. Gotta unmute, bro.
I don't believe that shit for a fucking minute.
Yeah, I don't either.
You know, I'm sorry, man. You know, you want to swear on your boy and shit, but I don't believe that shit for a minute.
Nope. I know a lot of people that swear on people they love and still lie to my face. And they're not as bad as this guy.
You know, I'm going to tell you something. Even with the whole key thing, you know, I remember Gina saying that, you know, he was out front patting his fucking pants down like, fuck, I lost this key. You know, kept saying it over and over. That was another thing, you know, and he's talking about how he didn't realize he lost his key until it was time to leave. And, you know, he just fucked up, man. He got caught, man. He got caught in the act, bro. You know, he sits there on one hand and says, oh, I did talk to Ryan in the back of the cruiser. And then he takes off on him, goes across the street. Like he was there for the kids. He kept saying, oh, I was there for my family. You're fucking lying, brother.
His family and Ryan. That was his family who he said, Ryan.
You understand what I'm saying? But he's across the street while his family sits in the back of the fucking cruiser. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He
Yes, sir.
ain't taking a knee in front of that nephew and holding him and saying, "Hey, man, things are gonna be all right. Don't worry about it. We're gonna find out what happened. You know, let's go to the hospital. Let's take a ride. Let me get you there." No. You know who brought fucking Paul to the hospital? Fucking
Stepmother.
Michelle's mother. The girl that they went to the beach with.
All right.
Her mother and her brother ended up bringing Paul with his stepmother to the hospital. I mean, that's some fucked up shit. I mean, his uncle's standing there at the fucking scene. You'd think he would have taken his nephew and went with his wife and grieved about this shit.
He probably just went up to the car and said, "Remember the story. Keep your mouth shut." Walked away.
I just I don't get this shit, man, you know? Motherfucker was there from the rip. All right? He got stumbled up in that motherfucking house and he scrambled, lost his key or didn't lose his key.
From what that paper says, they found his key. What time they found it, we don't know the exact time, but they said they found it and gave it back to him because they never marked it as evidence.
You know, he's telling us, "Oh, I went up and, you know, I burnt with, you know, and I used the phone. I called the hospital." You're telling me, and Danny tonight saying that whoever he called, he never talked to. You telling me if you call the fucking hospital, they're not gonna fucking answer the hospital?
Right.
They're gonna motherfucking answer.
Exactly.
That's bullshit.
I don't know. We gotta find out who he tried to call.
And then he went upstairs again to look for his fucking key.
Alone.
By himself. Did he use the phone again?
She did say he came right back out.
You know, it's just bullshit.
It is. Bro, I wake up thinking about this. I go to bed thinking about this. I probably think about this while I'm sleeping.
I bet you that motherfucker lays his head down every night and thinks about this too. That shit's gonna haunt this motherfucker for the rest of his life. It's called accountability. Fucking clear your chest. You know, and you know that's I see it in the chat. You know, we all had pages back then. You know, not that's just another fucking key to the puzzle. You know? Because let me tell you something right now. Being a fucking cabbie and doing his little hustle, he had a fucking pager. Those fucking payphones, they were his fucking best friend. The motherfucker hit the payphone all day long. There's no reason for his wife to call his work to fucking do an emergency breakthrough when she could have paged his fucking page in 911 and the motherfucker would have called right back. I don't give a fuck.
I'm still there, bro.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find the part where he lied about the cats. Can't find it. been trying to go through it.
No, he said he wasn't living in the house. So he just said but he just said they wanted DNA for people that were living there. I knew.
That there it will be a very slight delay because Eddie O'Brien's family, they are on their way, which means perhaps 10 minutes before everyone is in place and the verdict is heard.
Yeah.
Now, Eddie O'Brien's alleged crime was so brutal that it prompted a change in Massachusetts law to require that all juveniles charged with first or second degree murder be tried as adults.
Yeah.
Scientific evidence. It may be the most convincing proof of guilt or innocence. And in Massachusetts, it's at the heart of the prosecution's case against Edward O'Brien, a teenager accused of murdering his best friend's mother, Janet Downing.
On the inside of the store were found 3 bloody fingerprints.
Stain lighting on the front door matched the known prints which I took at the police department, that of Edward O'Brien.
Next, the blood evidence.
Going into the dining area, did you make certain observations?
Yes, I did. The cellar stairs, what appeared to be red blood stains on both sides, the right and left side of the sheetrocked walls.
The
How about
state called
tumor message
DNA
today?
and blood experts to tie this evidence to the defendant.
There are obviously 2 bleeders.
Your results indicate who the 2 bleeders are consistent with.
At this level of analysis, I can't exclude Edward O'Brien as the second bleeder at that scene, in addition to the victim, Janet Downing.
And were you wearing any type of footwear protecting your feet from the crime scene?
No, I was not.
George suggested that DNA found on a knife hilt at the crime scene may be the key to finding the real killer.
This number 12 right here, that's not present in either Janet Downing nor Edward O'Brien, is it?
That's right.
What does that mean?
Well, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, it came from somewhere else, didn't it?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
That number 12 came from another person's blood, didn't it?
It may have come from another person's blood. That's correct.
George also focused on timing, hinting that even if O'Brien's blood and fingerprints were found at the Downing home, that doesn't mean he was there the night of the stabbing.
What did you do to make sure that any of the debris from your pocket wasn't getting onto the vase? He panics. He runs. Just like any 15-year-old would.
TV, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. There were no cats in the house. That was the testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had a cat.
No. As I said, first time in 30 years I heard that was from Artie the other night.
Yeah, your goddaughter, she's been sick enough for you, bro. And listen, I'm trying to...
It's crazy, bro. You hit the guy up, the state trooper, you said?
Yeah, I did. That whatever his name was, friggin'. I have it in my truck. I forgot his name.
It's been a long one, guys. Hope everybody enjoyed the show. It's 12:45 a.m. It was a good show. I got to get some stuff together as far as that lie, that inconsistent lie, where he said about the cats. I can't find it. I don't know where it's at. Artie said Ed used the sink. Now Ed is using the hose. Exactly. But yeah, man, it was a good show. Great presentation. Appreciate everybody. You want to say anything in closing, Kevy Kev?
You know, I mean, just in the fact that, you know, we're peeling back the layers. You know, we're highlighting the inconsistencies. You know, we're still fresh. There's a lot more to cover. You know,
someone chatted it at 1920 on your live. What's that? Is that where it's at? 1920?
I think it was in the beginning of it. So 1920 could be close because we had issues getting them on.
You sent me the email? Lola sent me an email? What, it was in the email you sent me? No, I know about the cats, but it was the audio when he said it. Yeah, I seen the email. I got all that.
I'm pretty sure it was in the audio.
No, it's the audio. But he's saying 1920. Let me see. That's what someone said.
Yeah, because it took a while to get them on, and then you had to call them because we couldn't get them on.
1950.
That's what someone said?
Yeah.
What the hell's going on now? Now this shit ain't working.
Don B.
All right, hold on. You just tested it. It worked for you, Josie Lou. Man, it worked for everybody else, but it's not working for him.
It tell you about opening up in an external.
Everybody else, but it's not working. I wonder why, man.
1950, nah.
You need a Google
I think
account.
it's right after he comes on.
Obviously, he got a Google account if he's got Ortiz. He's
like up in an external browser.
I mean, I'll call him. Well, I'm saying he could take. He's here. In your cam.
You them both first.
It's not something.
Early address was 71 Burger King and Fran.
And your camera, you got to get
turn on.
Mike when you're around. Artie wants to out the book out named My God and Judge, the original Judge.
It's not there, man. 1950. It's not on 1950.
Keep going a little more forward. And when he gets on, I think it's right after he gets on, you ask him about it.
Figure it out.
You know, yeah.
You live? And bro. The chat, I don't know what's going on. I mean, 98 time, right? Do you have the
I can see you.
If you turn that down, because then you're getting on a so if you have a link
Your podcast.
Get out of the you lost what?
Handle it.
All right.
That has been a story. I was in they threw me in the mud days after it happened.
Now, when that happened, what was your reaction? Like, that must have been spooky, right?
My honest reaction was, I don't know what the fuck these people are thinking about.
Holy shit. So what happened when you went down to the police station? Did they ask you questions about this situation, take your DNA or anything like that?
I went to the police station the next day with my wife.
Mm-hmm.
They asked us a question on if we knew what Eddie O'Brien smiled like, and I was like, I have no clue. And then it was pretty much over.
Artie looks more like a jack-o'-lantern than Eddie.
Pumpkin or a knife and showing it to Gina Mahoney is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, why'd she write that? She said that you drew a jack-o'-lantern. What was up with that?
I have no clue, man.
You still there?
I have no clue.
You have no clue. Eddie's dad's in the chat. Are you friends with Eddie's dad? Are you guys cool or
no?
Oh, you're not.
We were kind of friends when I was living there.
It's me, Eddie O'Brien. Is this Ed O'Brien? This ain't Eddie O'Brien from the prison. They can't stream, can they? Upstate? What the fuck is going on? Is that something new?
No, he just got
time before, bro. So the woman says he can't hear you anyway. A hot night. It was. I just got to ask you a question. What type of cab was it?
A cab, but I know
they were. Well, to the fire trucks. And as you're driving there, you heard it or something like that.
Lying.
With this in 1995, but at space and time, you think she had the know-how
to cast a doubt? And my wife got it.
So all the stuff that So she said she was talking to investigate and
for me in the house.
So that night you come pulling up, right? So
stating what it was like having me in the house.
Well, that even go from
there by Assembly Row.
Small back then.
Oh, I called my wife when we got there. I got out of my cab. Growing up in Charleston, there's been a crime committed.
Crime.
Dude, it's just driving me crazy. What the
But
fuck
she
is it?
neglects to say
Janet's daughters.
No. Gina's daughters.
I hate screen
Why
recording.
would Gina let me go in the house the night of the crime to smoke a joint
54?
with her daughter? No.
She's so.
I need to make a soundbite of this.
What though?
What do you say? You got to make a soundbite of it?
Yeah.
Gay.
Because I can't keep doing that. I don't do this shit.
Lived in the house.
The house, if you like.
So, who was the neighbor? Who? Because she said she heard.
Right, but he was not there.
I understand he was not there, but she might have thought he was there. That's what she said.
Noise at the bulkhead.
No. No.
Did you see the statement that she wrote?
Not the full statement. I've seen so many over my time.
So basically what she said was she heard some noise, but she didn't report it because she thought there might have been an argument between her and her husband. I understand he was not there, but she didn't know that, right? But she also said she was doing dishes, and she said there was no water pressure, and she said that
because Eddie was washing himself off in the sink.
Eddie was washing himself off in the sink?
Yeah, because there was blood found in the sink. Yes, he was.
Now, did he have Now, he had a white T-shirt on. Everybody testified he had the same white T-shirt on. It had no blood. Now, did you go back in the house after it was all said and done and see like what it looked like, the aftermath of this shit?
I heard they never even tested the bathroom upstairs for blood or anything. 4 or 5 hours
after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And
looked like the aftermath of this shit?
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen to this day, I don't wish any was it. 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen.
Why the fuck would he say that?
Because he's a psychopath.
Why the fuck would he say that, dude? Why? There's no cat. There's no kid. And then he lied. He said straight up he lied. Why the fuck is he lying? That's crazy, bro.
Dude, they wouldn't let him in that house with all the blood everywhere like that, bro. That when this shit happens, it isn't like, yo, man, here's a fucking roll of Bounty and a spray bottle. Go clean it up. No, there's a hazmat team that comes in too, bro, after all this shit.
Yep.
No, it's called forensic cleanup. This fucking dude's a bullshitter.
And the hazmat team has to come too, but that's biohazard.
The hazmat team, man, hazardous waste.
I can't believe he said that. That just kills me. I said the cats because I wanted to see how you guys would run with it. And I see how you really are. I went in for the dog food. That's it. Yeah, I know you're going to say I'm lying.
But whatever. Unfucking believable.
Like he's trying hard to keep his secret. He's fucking up. That's why he's fucking up. He's trying too hard. He's getting pressured.
That shit is crazy, bro.
But I'm gonna be honest with you still. Like ever since you said make sure you keep an open mind, because I always from the beginning I thought it was Artie. You got to remember, no one ever. I know Artie has something to do with it. Don't get me wrong, but no one ever talks about Ryan, ever.
True.
Ryan was sketchy. No one knows when he went in the house. No one knows when he got home. He could have left the water running when he went out. You know, he could have took a shower, cleaned himself up. No one knows how long, if he was there, how long he was there.
That was it. And what I seen,
it's
to this
just,
day, I don't wish anyone.
once you said to keep that open mind, I was just thinking about everything, and that I'm like, what about
4
Ryan?
or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I
No one knows nothing about Ryan that night,
day,
except for he was in the
I
police
don't wish
car.
anyone to see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen,
Still looking for that part?
to this day,
No, I'm playing it.
I don't wish anyone to see what I
I'm
saw.
playing it on the soundbite. You probably don't hear it because
I
the
went
music.
in
You don't.
about 4 or
gotta
5
come
hours
in and come
after to
out.
get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish
I made it a
anyone to
soundbite.
see what I saw.
You know how
I went
to
in
deal with
about
all that shit looking for it.
4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box.
Yeah, I made it a soundbite. It's part of the fucking You Wrong fucking soundbite collection.
That's right. That's right.
It's part of it. You know? That's crazy, man. Hey, Artie, did you go in the house?
And the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
Damn.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten.
Yeah, I thought I smoked a lot, Kevy Kev.
Yeah, I get all amped up, bro.
You good?
Dude, why would he say that though, man? That's just crazy, man. That's crazy. When you really think about it, 30 years later. And then you think about this right here. You look at this. Look at this shit right here. Keith.
Yep.
Hold on a second. Wrong one.
Slight delay because Eddie O'Brien's family, they are on their way.
Yes. To make sure that any of the
Inquiry when the medical examiner testified. There were no cats in the house.
And
That
her
was the
family-
testimony at trial.
Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. There were no inquiry when
just like any 15-year-old would.
TV, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. There were no cats in the house.
And
That
her
was the
family-
testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had a cat.
No. As I said, first time in 30 years I heard that was from Artie the other
Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when
That was
the
it. And
medical
what I
examiner
seen-
testified.
To this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
So they only looked into Eddie for having a cat.
There were no cats in the house.
And
That
her
was the testimony at trial.
No.
And her family never said they had a cat.
No. As I said, first time in 30 years I heard that was from Artie the other night.
I said that. I said, and her family says she never had a cat.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen to this day, I don't
You
wish
know what I
anyone
really
to
just
see
don't
what I saw.
understand? How
I
not
went in
one person could even like not look at this. Like, how do they not look into this?
Oh, they're gonna. Well, that's because it's the same thing with the waterfall video, bro. When you talk about the case now, this is the point. This is the part you point to. You say, okay, well, I get it. How can you get over the fact that, Eddie O'Brien said he got stabbed in his hand and, he got jumped and he's 6'4" in the square and all that shit sounds mad suspect. I ain't gonna lie.
It
Right?
definitely does.
It does. Right? But now you say, all right, chalk it up to what it is, right? Like that's their story. They're sticking with it, right? Prove them wrong, right? And then you say 30 years later, let's talk about a guy named Artie that they've been screaming and yelling about that no one talked about. We bring him on a podcast, live stream. We talk to him. We find inconsistencies in the story. We talk to Gina. We talk to Danny. We talk to the lawyer. We talk to Margot Nash. More so, we talk to Gina and we talk to Danny and we talk to Big Ed, right? And then we talked to a lawyer that was there, and a lawyer that would say, hey, he's guilty. I think he's guilty. He doesn't have to say he's not guilty. He could just say he's fucking guilty, right? Call it a day. He says, no, I believe he's not guilty, and it's okay if you believe the same. But in that 30 years, now you got this guy who said, I went back. We asked him, did you go back in the house? And what did you see? He said he went back in the house. That's a fucking lie.
Right.
He never went back in the house. And not only did he lie about going back in the house, he said he went to go get the kitty litter and a fucking kitten that don't exist. Oh, and by the way, it was an inquiry in the medical examiner on when they testified. So because they testified that there was cat hair on Janet and they was on the stand. Wait till we get that footage. Wait till we get that medical examiner
Wait.
on the stand. They must have talked about that. They must have said, did Janet have a cat? Did he have a cat? No, there was no cats. And they probably was like dumbfounded, right?
Where did the cat hits come from?
What is fucking is he sleeping? Kevin Kev snoozing.
No, I'm not sleeping, man. I'm listening to you, man.
No, Kevin,
You know
you
me
look like
about the
you were
kitties,
sleeping.
man.
God damn, man, your fucking eyes are closed.
Nah, man,
God damn.
God damn, Kevin Kev.
4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten.
You fell asleep with a cigarette?
Yeah, he fell asleep standing up.
I'm awake, man. Believe it.
But that's where it is. So to answer your question, that was the long-winded version of it. That's how I would approach it now. I would approach it that we had Artie, we had the third-party culprit on the show. The guy who from day one they've been saying it, right? The mother been screaming it right on 3rd Street. If you don't see Artie did this, you're fucking crazy, right? This is what she says, right? She's been saying this since October 1st of 1997 or October 3rd, I think. Was it the 1st or the 3rd? I think it was the 1st. And now we had Artie 30 years later on, and he lied to us. He said there was a kitten in that little box, a kitty little box, and he also admitted that there was some funny shit going on about kitty litter in the house while he lived there. So it's like, was that what
clarified what it was wrapped up in?
Yeah,
but just remember, we're only hearing his story. We don't know, like, if he was really living there when it happened. Like, there's no one that's willing to talk to us to tell us anything different.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, if we could talk to Ryan down and like, we're, we got 277 people watching us at fucking 1 a.m., which is pretty impressive. And I appreciate everybody for being here. If we could talk to Paul, even Paul Senior, or anybody, and they say, well, why
That's
you,
just all of them.
But here's the thing. It's like if they turn around and say, why you want to open up these wounds, this fucked up. And I get it, you get some pushback from it. But then you bring that to them. Did you know the guy Artie who lived in your house lied and said that he went in the house that night, July 23rd, 1995, and admitted that he lied? That he went to go get a cat and kitty litter the same time your mother was on a stoop telling a woman that there was kitty litter hanging up on her shit and fucking feces and weird things happening to her. And he went, like, you want to see it? You want us to prove it? And, and there it is. And maybe they see that and they ask him, well, why'd you lie to him?
I got to get him on the line.
And 30 years later, why the hell would he want 30 years later, why the hell would he want to correct what the kitty litter was in? The only person that would know what the kitty litter was really in is the person that put it in there.
Exactly.
Dude, it's too coincidental. He's talking about a fucking kitty litter box and a kitten, but he never mentions a dog. So when he's answering that question, he never says, "Yeah, I went to go get the kitten." And Lady Zelda said something on Twitter. She said, if they took the dog out, right? The police took care of the dog, right? And they called someone to get the dog, and they would have did the same thing for the cat. You know what I'm saying? They would have called in an animal rescue to take in the cat too. So
Right, exactly.
So I mean, they would have seen the kitty litter box, and they would have seen the cat, and they would have took it out. So the fact that he said he went in there to get the kitty litter and the cat, what? Like, why? Like, listen, here's the bottom line.
And what did he do? And here's the other thing that blows my mind, and we got to remember this, all right? He went in 4 hours later to get the kitty litter box and a kitten.
That don't exist.
He's got no fucking car.
No car.
He's got no fucking car. Well, and what did he do? Did he carry this kitty litter box and the cat like home?
Well, no,
I think he said what he did.
No,
I don't remember.
Well, no, he said what he did. He lied. That's what he said. I said the cats because I wanted to see how you guys would run with it and see how really you are. I went in for the dog food, and that's it. Yeah, I know you're gonna say I'm lying, but whatever.
No, he's saying, what did the dude walk with the kitty litter box and the cat? How would he leave?
I get it, but he never went in. It's a lie.
Right.
And what J.F.K. saying is it's a lie. So I mean,
it doesn't. He it's a lie. We didn't question it. We didn't question it. We're thinking that he went in to legit.
Somebody would have seen him. If that was the case, somebody on that street would have seen him carrying a kitty litter box and a fucking cat.
Right.
But not only that is, right?
You know what I'm saying?
If he says he went in 4 hours later, that's 2 a.m. So he was going to leave. So he said he didn't realize his key was gone, right? Until he was about to leave. So you're about to leave and it's 2 a.m.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you stuck around there for 4 hours while you're white. Like, none of it makes sense, man. None of it makes sense. You hung around, but then you got to ask yourself, why would someone lie like that? Well, here's the bottom line. Someone who would stab a woman 90 fucking times would lie like that.
Almost definitely.
Someone who's that fucking crazy that would stab through a bra, take the bra off. Someone who's that fucking nuts that would hang kitty litter up. Someone who's that nuts would move things around. Someone who's that nuts would pull up to a work because he said that the kitty litter was found in the house, the thing wrapped up or whatever, the kitty poo, right? Whatever how you want to say it, fucking the cat shit was hanging up. He admitted that. So we have to believe that the book thing is real too. When the book was next to her bed and he pulled up to the parking lot, we would have to agree that that's real too, because he's playing himself. He's admitting that happened. But she also said he's the one who brought her the book. So it's kind of like he's telling on himself and he wants to see if he can get caught. It's kind of like he wants to see if there's a sick part of him that wants to see us crack this. That's what it seems like. Can you get over the fact though? Because maybe the fact is that Eddie got cut by him and Eddie fucked up by lying. And it's like it's a game, right? Like you never said what happened. I mean, does Eddie know it's Artie? And here's the thing, and I got a question before we wrap up this live. If Eddie does know it's Artie and knew it was Artie from day one, should he come out right now and say it was Artie, considering that we just caught him up in a fucking huge lie? Should he pile on this dude right now and say, oh, by the way, this is the reason why? And should he, or should we keep playing this game where it's like, wait for the appeal? Should he do it? What should we do? I don't know. You tell me. Public perception, what's going to get, because like you said, how can no one be looking at this? Now, if Eddie jumps out there and say, hey, I knew it was Artie all along, and this is the reason why, and he gives us a reason why he embellished. But what do you think, Kevy Kev? You just woke up.
I think that, if Eddie does know, who he's seen in that house, I think that he should speak on it.
What about you, Brian?
Well, I'm gonna keep it real. I heard he was raised not to snitch, and it goes back to what you said. Regardless of the situation, you can't live in jail as a snitch. And he hasn't snitched in 30 years. And like you said, what if he does say his name and doesn't get out? And then again, I think he should just, because.
But at 15, though, technically, at 15, he never did a crime in his whole life. So technically, he never got a chance to be a civilian. So technically, if it was anybody I was going to give a pass to, it would be him, because the only time it matters if you're a rat, if you live that life. If you live that life of a criminal and then you rat somebody out and tell on somebody, then then you're a rat. But if you never live that life, you can tell on somebody and it's okay, because you don't live that life. And he didn't live that life. He was a fucking altar boy. So now, unfortunately, he lived that life. But I mean, he never had a chance to live another life. So I mean, I don't really, me personally, and I think anybody in that jail, if it came down to get him out and that's what it's going to be, I don't think that's ratting, because he went in way too young and he never lived the life. It's not like he went in and out of prison and he got caught up for something he didn't do and then he ratted someone else. Someone might look at that different, but with him, what there's no baseline. He never did nothing. I mean, chances are, if Eddie is innocent, if he's innocent, be clear, disclaimer, if he's innocent, if any of this shit checks out with this mental case, because this guy just might be crazy. It doesn't mean he's a murderer. It doesn't, right? He just might be a fucking weirdo. And he might have did them things to her. And while he's doing them weird things to her, we don't know. Eddie O'Brien could have been doing weird things too, looking through telescopes and all these different things they're saying, right?
So that's impossible.
Well, what I'm saying is, before we say it's Artie, we can't just say that. But what I'm saying is, that's my point. The only person that really knows definitely
is
Eddie. So
and I strongly believe he does know who it is.
I mean, I don't want to hear that no snitch shit, especially when you got Tekashi 6ix9ine doing fucking live streams. I mean, I don't think it matters, especially in his case, because he's not a fucking rat. It's not like he's ratting out his fucking cellmate. You know what I mean? Ratting out the dudes on the unit for fucking drinking, bringing in Dunkin' Donuts coffees in the morning. Like, he's not, or his man next to him got a cell phone and he threw him under the bus. Like, I don't see it that way, because chances are Eddie might have been a brain surgeon. Who knows what he would have been if he's innocent.
Even with that cell phone shit that he got caught with, I guess 10 out of 12 people that got caught with the phones ratted, and he wasn't one of them. Like,
that's jail politics. He's smart. He's not a rat in there. I mean, 30 years he's an inmate. I mean, he's a convict. But what I'm saying now,
yeah, but he don't know any other way right now.
I get it, and I would tell him. JFK would tell him, like, listen, You got the guy. If this was the guy who stuck a knife to your neck or whatever happened in that house and got you set up for 30 years of your life, and you got him on the ropes right now,
Yep.
maybe, and I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't know. That's the question. Should he? I don't know, because like you said, what if nothing comes about it? But then again, what if you get more platforms to speak on it? Because now the platforms are going to want to know,
Right.
why are you going so hard for this dude? But if you had the third party culprit caught up in a lie, that's like right now you got Higgins. If we had Higgins on here saying, "Oh, I didn't go in the car and what do you mean? I wasn't texting nobody,
Right.
and it's like, and you clearly see him texting, right? So it's like you got him caught up right now. You know
That's
what
all
I mean?
right.
Do you apply the pressure? You know what I mean? I don't know, because as of right now, that's what people are gonna say. People are gonna say, well, Eddie would know if it was Artie, because everybody's saying the same thing, right? Everybody's saying the same thing. Well, if it happened in the house and he didn't do anything, he didn't warn his friends and he ran, he got beat up. Eddie knows who did it. Why, why didn't he say anything? And just a huge question. So I don't know. That's a
That's the
tough one.
biggest question.
I don't know. I don't want to hear the rat shit though. I don't think that applies to this. I really don't. Not when you went in at 15 years old as a fucking altar boy. He didn't go.
Trust me, I get it. I'm just thinking
He
of his
he didn't.
mentality.
He didn't go. He didn't go in as 15 years old Jimmy T from Lynn. I'll tell you that.
No, I know that.
God.
So we don't know what he would have became. I mean, that's a lot of life.
And that's that. Yeah, I mean, that is the truth right there. I mean,
listen, man. I don't agree with telling on people, but there's rules to this shit, and he wasn't. He unfortunately he had to become, hard.
Right.
Pause.
Quick.
Yeah,
Quick.
he had to. So he had to do that by it's the same thing, man. You get left off in the jungle, man. You gotta learn how to tame the fucking lions, right? You know what I mean? So that's what he had to do. But I mean, we got the dude Artie Lion. I mean, how important is that to him? He finally has a platform for 30 years doing this
I
work.
mean, nothing.
And we're doing it. And we're doing it. We're putting in the work. I mean, it's almost 2 a.m. and we're talking what we're talking. We're putting in the work. Make no mistake. But we can only go so far. Only go so far.
I ain't gonna stop
and not
trying.
for nothing, but you asked fucking Artie, what would you like, I'm not too sure exactly how you worded it. You'd have to probably clip that too. But you asked him, what would you like to see, with Eddie? And he said, he's a murdering whatever. He should rot and he should die in jail.
Right.
I mean, those are some pretty fucking harsh words. I mean, for Eddie to hear that, and he knew that motherfucker did it. I mean, why not speak on it? I mean, this dude's flexing that, he wants to see you die in jail.
And I mean, it's a possibility. If you let another 30 years go by, bro.
Right.
It's, you don't know, man. The world's a crazy place, man. Time here's a question. I'll swing it around the room before we wrap it. Is the time now to do it? Kevy Kev.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's got some, he's got some new things that are going to be coming up. He's making the steps to be heard again. So, I mean, that's what he's got to do. He's got to get up there and speak and get this case looked at again. You know, and you know, have somebody point out these inconsistencies. You know?
What do you mean? Have somebody?
They already pointed out.
What do you
You
mean?
know what I'm saying? Exactly.
We pointing the shit, man. What are you
You know,
talking about? My
hey,
traps.
you know, go like, yo, go in hard like Brennan, man. Show clips.
No, you talking about in a law
Show
point
clips.
of view.
Show the
Okay,
show.
listen, the
So
law.
listen, my understanding about why it's taking so long is because that New England Innocence Project is dragging their feet, and they already told me that if they were able to have the lawyers, like not the Innocent Project, it would already be going through. They're just dragging their feet. That's what Ed told me. They're dragging their feet. Well, that's what he feels anyway.
Definitely.
He's doing it with a Rule 30. His appeal was denied, huh?
What was that?
His appeal was denied. He's doing a Rule 30. A Rule 30 is what, like motion for what's that? The Rule 30 is a motion for a new trial, right? Because of Brady and all that other shit that he got, all different inconsistencies.
That's what a Rule 30 is?
Yeah, something like that. Just the inconsistencies, you know what I mean? Like with the DNA and not properly doing, not doing
Yeah,
their.
but is that? But listen though, is that something where they just like a Rule 30? I thought I was talking to Jimmy the other night, and he was talking about a Rule 30.
That's what he's
and
doing.
I think he wanted to explain a little bit better on.
Well, Jimmy T can explain. He wanted to come on earlier.
Right now in the chat.
No, I'm saying he can explain when he wants to come on.
I'll tell you right now, he was explaining, yeah. He was explaining to me that a Rule 30 allows them to overlook what evidence that's already been
right. That's what it is, bro. It's
what's
all
already been submitted.
It's all.
But I don't think that you can submit new evidence.
Oh, you could submit new evidence, bro.
Yeah, but it's technically not new if it was never shown.
Are you sure?
They still had it. It was just never shown. So
Yeah,
it's
what
not
do you mean?
new.
The DNA is not new. You talking about the Artie thing now? What he's saying about cats? That's public perception, bro. That's when you have fucking 2,000 people in front of the courthouse. That's when you have, Melanie Little talking about it. That's when you take it to that level. You know what I'm saying? Like you start doing the public perception, and then people listen, and that's you've seen it happen with Karen. It just it does a little bit more. You know what I mean? The awareness, doing documentaries, going out talking to people, running up on Artie. Hey, Artie, you want to talk about the kittens? Hey, Artie, what you mean about the kittens? Like that's what you do, right? But you got to know for a fact that he's the guy. And the only one that really knows he's the guy is him.
Right.
So it's like, is that the right move? Are you doing the wrong move? Do you really believe that? It's cool on the internet to, make a spooky story, but when you start trying to really, push it and run up in people's spaces, you got to make sure you're right, man.
Right.
Period. But we'll find out. We're gonna keep asking questions and like I said, run the DNA. That's where I'm at right now. And Artie's a liar. That's some good things going for him. And a court of law, like you said, in the Rule 30, I don't know what that's gonna do. But I know what we can do is the people open up their eyes and say, wow, this shit really happened. And if every night, Artie, if you're watching, if you did do this or you had something to do with it, we're making you uncomfortable. And that's all we can do. That's the justice part. But if you didn't do it, that's cool too. You did that to yourself though. If you're innocent and you did absolutely nothing, you should have never lied to a YouTube channel. That was the dumbest thing you could have did. Because we wasn't going into this to set you up, to catch you up. Certain things I said, I wanted to see what you did with it. Of course, that's part of
questions. Yeah,
that's part of questioning. But I never I never wanted to curate a chat to be like, yo, Eddie's not guilty because I believe his father and I believe his friends. No, I wanted to feel it and hear it for myself. And by you lying, it just raises my awareness now. Like, wait a minute. Why would someone lie about picking cat litter up in a cat 30 years later? For what?
It's not just one lie either. It's many lies.
Yeah. So, I don't know though. Like I said, he could just be a liar. Two things could be true. Eddie could do it, had done it, and he could just be a fucking liar. So that's where we're at now. We gotta figure it out. I mean, they've been screaming this Artie guy from day fucking one, and they didn't scream this shit for nothing.
Right.
I don't think in 1997 when Big Ed was in front of that courthouse in Trisha,
And you want to know something? I want to
screaming his name, and like that's crazy. You just can't say that without knowing it. And here's the thing. That would mean that they would rather Artie go to jail for Janet and to have their son, their murderous son, out. That's what that would mean. You would have to think that Big Ed and Trisha and Jeannie and Gina and everybody else, that black girl that was in the old footage, this whole neighborhood would just want Ed out for the sake of him being home and not caring about how Janet died, having no respect on her death and how bad she died. You would want that serial killer home, that dude home. That doesn't make sense.
Oh.
They know something, and I don't know. Is it the right time? I don't know. Let us know. Well, hey guys,
I want to just bring this up. I mean, I came into this story, and I don't know Eddie.
That was it. And what I seen.
You said kittens again.
To this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
Hold on.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen.
Then what I seen, and he never was even in there. That's fucking crazy. Go ahead, brother.
What I wanted to just say was, and I mean, I know that you might have crossed paths with Eddie and you knew a little bit about the story and but I came into this and I don't know Eddie. I didn't live on that block. I wasn't his neighbor. I didn't hang with him. I wasn't part of the church community. I didn't go to school with him. And some of these people that are speaking out, they were neighbors. They were friendly. You got a next door neighbor saying she's been in that house 100 times. And, you got all these written statements from that community over there, that, that street, that block, people that look out for each other. You know what I'm saying? Might, babysit for each other as young children and help take the groceries in and shovel the front walkway and, just kind of look out. And this is what these people have seen. This is what these people are speaking on. And, coming into this without knowing any of these people and not being a part of any of that, now I'm figuring out why they're screaming this guy's name. They're pointing this finger.
Free Kelsey said the Massachusetts.
And sometimes that's what it takes.
Hold on a second, bro. The Massachusetts-based program, NEIP, New England Innocence Project. Who's involved? Not the national program out of New York, the Innocence Project. I think they need to reach out to them. I think they're already there, brother. I mean, Free Kelsey. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're right. After going through and combing through everything we did, I can see what they're
talking about.
what they're talking about. But with that being said, guys, it's almost, it's 1:30 a.m. Let's get some sleep. Let's turn, let's reconvene. We went through some shit. We talked to Danny tonight. Go back, watch this on the replay crew. We love you too. Remember, all green in the
Smash that
chat.
like button.
Drop some memberships, man. Give some memberships to the people we want to see all green. I go by the name of J.F.K.
I go by Kevy Kev.
And I go by Jay Brillon.
And we'll see you guys next flight.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on you.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man.